And by the hair of my chinny chin chin, which is not there, I hope everyone's doing well. How are you doing, Brandon?
I'm good. I'm back. Yes, I'm good. I get a in, so that's okay.
That's all right. That's all right. It's Wednesday. I have delusions of grandeur of things that I want to do.
So,
Awesome, awesome. I'm gonna I'm gonna be running around clicking everything off and on. So, is there anything crazy today?
uh, not really. I mean, just the same old shit, right? Uh-oh.
Oh wow!
Are you getting an echo on your end? Oh,
I'm like, which device is? I'm Captain Echo right now. Glitchy McGlitch is my middle name.
uh, uh, like
Yeah.
I said, not much going on. I mean, just
Hey Pam.
hanging out. Uh, Pam the ball, or whatever that is.
I'm just setting everything up. Usually by now, I literally am walking around by myself. That's why I'm glad you're here, so we can do the preamble to the show.
Hold on.
I this evening I have all kinds of crazy plans, but I have finally. Let's see. Do we have an echo now? Okay.
Um,
Yay!
I don't hear it.
There we go.
Let's see. Uh,
Hello, somewhere in Maryland near the border of Delaware, delivering stuff to BJ's. Yay! I love BJ's. That makes me laugh. There's BJ's on the East Coast. That's awesome. I haven't been to the one. We have one at the mall by my house. I haven't been there in a while. I have big plans this evening, but my real dilemma is what kind of I'm making overalls, and my real dilemma is what kind of pants, what kind of pockets should I put on my pants?
Depends.
And I hope that's the biggest problem tonight.
Depends what kind of style the fans are.
What's that?
It depends what style the pants are. I mean,
Well, I'm gonna make overalls, so they're gonna be
oh,
fairly huge and open because I'm gonna add a bibby on it and everything.
yeah, yeah, like, mm, yeah, you can make either of, yeah, hmm, over kind of pockets. Um,
Well, the thing is it I always have this debate to add pockets or not to add pockets. I have all my overalls out. I'm gonna pull them out in a second. I'm kind of still just setting up, but I've made overalls before, but I feel like I'm doing something wrong. And not necessarily wrong, but the bib is just always sits huge. I went thrifting today, found too much fabric and yarn, and of course I had to bring it home. Awesome. Awesome.
yeah,
And that is quite literally my middle name is bring it all to the house.
yeah.
All right, I got that going. Okay, give me one quick second.
So,
Are you a thrift store? Do you go to the thrift store at all, Brendan?
well, every once in a while, I'll go to the Goodwill near my house. I mean, they don't really have fabric though. I mean, they have like sometimes you could see cool electronics. So I saw a hoverboard there once, but I didn't have money to buy it,
You
or
know,
I
I
would
re-
have.
I recently saw a hoverboard and I was like, I do not need this in my life. It's just a fancy way to fall. Oh, hello. Brandon, if you're there, you can hop right back in. I hope everyone's doing well. It's Wednesday night. I have all kinds of crazy stuff I'll be making this evening. Hello, hello. Yay, Mark. How are you? How are you? Awesome. Awesome. Yay. Hello, everybody. Hello. How's it going, Sydney? Yay. Hello, hello. Like I said, I have all kinds of crazy plans this evening. There you are.
Yeah, I got kicked off for some reason. I don't know. Whatever.
Usually it'll let you right back in.
Yeah, I was able to go right back in.
How's it going, Mark? I hope everyone's doing well. Awesome. Awesome.
Yep. What up?
I'll get started with the festivities before I start with my pants. So I haven't decided what kind of pocket style I want. It's basically you know what? I'm gonna go with the overlaid pocket. Let's start sewing and let's see what happens.
You definitely want them to be deep.
Well, it's all me just kind of like it's kind of me just being lazy and not wanting to add pockets onto it. I am so sorry, Sydney. I am so sorry. Hello, hello. I'll show you right now what overall pattern I am using. I am so sorry, Sydney. We're here for you. We're going to talk about food and we're going to be making overalls. I go by the original pattern that I made. So they're kind of freestyle overalls, but I will show you the stuff that I've made over the years. Because what I do is first I make the pants and then I make the bib and I make the back. But I feel like the back is way too large sometimes, so I'm going to bring the back in this time. These are huge. Whoa, and my mic's coming off. So I was going to wear these earlier, but they sat funny when I sat down. So I'll probably put them back on in a minute. But these are like my favorite pair that I've made. But sometimes I feel like I've made the back too big. And yes, I make the straps very long. I also have this pair. This is one of my favorite. I go skating in this. It's kind of something I've been known for. It just makes people laugh. And then recently, this is the last pair that I made. This is a really funky print. My light is not doing it justice. It's like a weird cheetah print. But of course, I had to put a giant patch on the back of it. So I have a general idea of how to make. Thank you. Thank you, Sydney. I was working on my overalls tonight also. Golden cheetah. Hey, Gilroy. Awesome. Awesome. It is a golden cheetah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think you made the back too wide. So when it comes to the back, should I just do the old school cross style? Because I taught myself how to make overalls using an old pair, but you know, I was literally cutting, like just copying all the shapes. But the really supportive backs are great for skating. Awesome, awesome. Yay, it is. I'm losing my voice. I am slowly losing my voice. It eventually is not going to come back. Yay. Awesome. I'm actually here tonight, and I'm not in bed with the oldest sickness I've had, with the oddest sickness I've had in a while. Do you know what's funny, Gilroy? It's going around. It's going around. My boss is sick, and she she let me know. Yay! Hello, Joy. How are you? How are you? Hello. Awesome. Looks like Brandon's having difficulties with StreamYards. StreamYards is not nice to telephones at all. Yay! Yay! Do you know what's really funny? People used to call me and my pops Patty and Selma because we'd sit there with our pipes. We'd be way off smoking. I am gonna sound like Patty and Selma pretty soon. Yay! You're gonna sound like Patty and Selma. I am. Do you know what's really funny? I get that weird Batman voice. I'm not wearing hockey pads. It was worse yesterday. It was way worse. I did not sound like myself, and people were like, "You're really quiet today." I was trying not to speak because I wanted to be able to speak today because that's how bad it was. Doing okay now. I had a bad turn last night, but I'm slowly coming good. That ended up knocking me out. I'm so sorry, Mark. We're here for you. We are definitely here for you. I know it can't be anything good with what they're going through right now, but we're here for you. I really like one of the reasons I've been sitting here waffling on pockets is because I usually do not add front pockets on overalls. I just add really big bad back pockets, and then I have the front bib with the giant pocket in front. But I have my giant spool of thread ready to go. Let's start sewing. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. I'm going to hang up these overalls because I feel them slowly sliding on me. I have quite a collection. So tonight, we're going to try to figure out how to make the back of my overalls a little bit smaller. So let's figure it out together. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, man. Oh. So one of the reasons I'm so disorganized. Thank you, Joy. Thank you so much. I have quite a collection. And I also brought out my San Francisco ones because I take like old pairs of Dickies overalls and I would always do like slow stitching or like, San Francisco on it. So I brought my whole collection out this evening. And hopefully, do you know what's funny? I've been waffling on the pockets so much, I'm just gonna probably not make pockets. Well, I'll just do it the way I know how. Elvis is everywhere. Great song. Great song. Oh wow. So recently I purchased a washer. I feel like I have to inform everybody of the washer saga. Elvis is living on the dark side of the moon. Yeah, him and Tupac. Because now people think they see Tupac everywhere. Front pockets on overalls is a major fire hazard. They always get weld splatter in them and catch fire. You know what? It's really funny you'd say that because these are denim. I'm going to wear them at my job. So I'm making the pants huge. I'm going to put a hammer loop on them. I'm excited. I am excited. Yay. Hello. Hello. Elvis is everywhere, man, except for the anti-Elvis. He got no Elvis in him at all. Oh, good stuff. Mojo Nixon and the Toad Lickers is awesome. I'm going to put my coffee down. Do you know what's funny? So the washer guys, they call me at 10:30 in the morning. They're like, all right, they tell me we're 15 minutes away. They did not show up in my house till 2 o'clock. The funny thing is, they were really cool guys. I really wasn't that. I was annoyed, but I wasn't that annoyed. I knew they were going to show up when they showed up. But that's pretty standard with most delivery people. They're like, "Oh, we'll be there between 1 and 5," and they show up at 4:45. Yeah, you're right. See, Mark is helping talking me out of not putting pockets in there. I had a bunch of material for the pockets, but to me, it's more important the back pockets and the bibby pocket. So, needless to say, since I've purchased the washer, I've been doing nothing but laundry. I got a Maytag. I got pretty much I purchased pretty much the exact same model, and it makes me laugh because shrinkflation is real because it's a little bit smaller. It's the exact same. I guess. No, I gotta flip this inside out. Are those two different? Do you know, I really waffle if these are two different colors or if I am just like slightly colorblind. Because it seems to me like there's an inside and an outside to this, but sometimes I feel like I'm colorblind. But for being colorblind sakes, I'm going to put this inside out. There we go. Perfect. Yay, hello. So it's been hectic around here. I'm extremely disorganized. I had to clean my stash. That's what got me to pull out all of this denim in the first place, was because I forgot that I had most of it. Because when I made my duster, I used a lot of denim. And I forgot that I had another 4 yards because I went back to that store because they were so kind to me. Do you know, that's the funny thing about business is that I am the definition of a consumer. And when I find people that have really nice staff, I keep on going back. And in today's world, it seems like people really don't care anymore. And that's not even my usual Karen rant. Oh, but I love the way this denim looks. I am in love with the how perfect this is. And this is like real denim. So it's going to wash perfect. It has a maker's mark on the other side, but the second I looked at it, I knew it was going to be able to wash out. But before we go any further, that was a not slick transition. I hope everyone's doing well. I had my disclaimer somewhere in here. Oh, that's funny. This program is for entertainment purposes only, and this content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on planet Earth. I hope everybody has a good evening flying Godless Sewing Airlines. If there's anything Chico and the Man taught me, it's that good service is better for business than anything. Do you know what's funny, Kilroy? Whenever those shows come on TV now, it makes me think of you, Chico, and especially Hawaii Five-0, because all the good shows come on in the middle of the night. So I've been watching a ton of Hawaii Five-0, Chico and the Man, Sanford and Son. Tomorrow I need to finish a video so that I can upload it Friday before the algorithm craps. Yeah, I call it feeding the weasel, but that's just because I watched way too much Pauly Shore as a kid. You need to run off a few copies of that disclaimer and rubber cement them everywhere. Do you know what's really funny? I weirdly did that with the with the Ferengi rules of acquisition. Back when the robocalls started, if they were aggressive, I would just start reading the Ferengi rules of acquisition to them. And needless to say, people would either hang up the phone or they would run away, or they would get the point that I wanted nothing to do with them. All right. Beautiful. Perfect. So the bib part, sorry, I get the. You know what? I have a security camera, and it's so distracting sometimes because you can, from the security of your own home, you can be all up in everybody's business. Oh, look at that! That's a beautiful seam already on that. That's why I love denim like this. It's really easy to work with. All right. So I'm gonna hold this for a second because I'm gonna connect the pants in a very strange way. And if you're a sewist, please judge me. Do you know the funny thing is a lot of my self-taught ways work better, I think. And I'm going to use this as the inside. But that's my bias because a lot of my ways are self-taught. I'm more concerned about the back of the overalls and how they appear though. Yay, I hope everyone's doing well. I do need to get 15 copies. Calamine tea doesn't work on me, but those 1970s shows feel like I took an anxiety pill. And I love those shows, and they have storyline. Like, I know I'm gonna bring it up again, but like even Homeboys in Outer Space has a storyline, and I thought it was really interesting. I watched a video on it. Recently watched a video on Homeboys in Outer Space because James Doohan, Scotty, was in all the first episodes, and I wondered why he wasn't in like the third or fourth episode. It's because what is now Paramount sued them because the show was too much like Star Trek. And they said Scotty being in the show was complete plagiarism. So he was no longer allowed to be in the show. I thought that was really interesting. But regardless, shows like that just had better writing. Nowadays, it's all about being action packed and like, oh, something did not sound happy. Who hit what? Oof. I'm using this really slick synthetic polyester thread. I have miles of it, so we're gonna see what happens. Yay! Hello. How's it going, Happy Maker? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Oh, that did not sound good. All right, let's try that again. They depicted real life too. They weren't sanitized and ran through a dozen filters. I agree. Especially I still watch the streets of San Francisco, and it makes me laugh whenever I see Brock Peters. Because he either plays like an upstanding citizen, a preacher, or the scariest guy you've ever seen. Oh, okay. So I know exactly what's happening. It's because. Oh, come on. Now the bobbin is not playing nice. All right, we're going to have to completely start that one over. That's all right. That's okay because, we've learned here on the Godless Sewing channel that there's going to be disaster. But I'm surprised that needle is not completely smashed. Beautiful. Yay. How's it going? Hello, hello. Yay. How are you, Butterfly? Good to see you. Hello, hello. I'm making overalls, but my sewing machine is deciding that it doesn't feel like it. Do you know, I'm going to do something crazy because I really don't like that thread in the bobbin. So I'm going to switch out the bobbin thread and see what happens because I have a feeling that it's the bobbin thread because it's like a really slick material. It's hard to explain. It's a really weird polyester synthetic thread, but it's old too. I've had it for a very long time. And it would help if I That's okay. Yay, hello, hello. He needs to finally start using another machine is what he needs to do. Yes, he needs to spread the love with all those other machines. I do. Do you know what it is? Is out of all the machines in here, this baby lock reminds me of my Husqvarna Viking, which has utterly and completely decided to take a vacation. Because the Viking was perfect for stuff like this. Okay. But then I started using this baby lock, and the baby lock is just as powerful as my Viking was. All right. So let's undo this mayhem in here. Yikes. Okay, let's try that again. How's it going, trees? How's it going? Hello, hello. Awesome. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're talking about Chico and the Man, and I'm making attempting to make overalls, but my sewing machine's telling me to stuff it. Oh, right. I turned in just in time to hear the machine come to a screeching halt. I know. Watch, and it's going to fire right up. I feel like it's the bobbin, but what happens is that because I have this on my Dritz thread holder, because I have a giant spool of thread, it throws it off the machine sometimes. So I end up, I'm not looking up, and it throws the thread, and it's flying all over the place, and I'm not even looking at it. Perfect. Yay. That's what I'm telling you, this baby lock is no joke. This machine is honestly better than my Husqvarna Viking. Because my Viking died on me. Yay, hello, hello. Awesome, awesome. Yeah. This machine definitely takes a licking and keep on ticking. That's why I have to stop myself of buying that gray Singer, because truth be told, I really just want it for my collection. But I know that it's a mess. I know that it's an utter and complete mess of a sewing machine. All right, let's switch settings. Perfect. This is definitely, you know what? I used to say that I would do the Husqvarna Viking commercial, but I will definitely do the baby lock commercial because that I have a baby lock Natalie. It's probably like third generation. It's right before they started putting turning all sewing machines into computers. So to me, it's still a solid sewing machine. And I'm not anti fancy sewing machines. I actually own one I never show. And I have and my brother PE 535 is just a wall hanger at this point. But once the mechanisms go, you can no longer use them. All right. So I hope everyone's doing well. I've been doing laundry like a crazy person because for almost 3 days I didn't have a washer, and so I've been doing laundry since it arrived. It works well, but last night I had to laugh because I had to give my washing machine a break because I felt like I was gonna burn that thing out on its first night. Oh, right. All right. So now I'm gonna avoid knocking my coffee over. I'm gonna line up the back of my pants. I'm gonna sew the back of my pants together, and then I'm gonna come back and connect the legs. I know my sewing style is a bit awkward, but it gets it done. And I feel like it's more of a secure stitch. Do you know what the funny thing is? Besides the stereotype of the guy taking forever to bring the washer and dryer, I ended up striking up a conversation with him. He was actually a really cool guy. A bit of a lagger in my opinion, but a really cool guy. And it makes me laugh, like, as someone who looks a bit rough, we judge people based on their looks, and this guy was quite a poet laureate. He actually read a few books that I had, and if you saw him in person, you'd be like, wow, it's just not what you expected. He knew a thing or two about sewing machines. And it makes me laugh because we always judge people like, oh, that guy looks scary, that guy is this or that. But he actually turned out to be a really, really cool human being. Oh, right. Do you know, sometimes I think I'm colorblind. Are those two different colors? Am I being colorblind? I feel like there's these are all the same color, but they look like two different colors to me. But I think one of the reasons is because there's a maker mark on the inside of here. Who knows? Who knows? All right. So I have my initial pin, and I'm going to start sewing the middle piece of it. We'll get that together. Perfect. Awesome, awesome. And it makes me laugh because, like, when I go places, people judge me, and I probably, and I'm just there to do my own thing. Okay. So I have white stitch underneath, and I really am not too picky. I actually like the way the white stitch looks. So if the white stitch pops out, I'm okay with it. Or if it's seen, I should say. There we go. That's perfect. Always good to avoid your pins. Brandon, if you're still there, I'm going to be here for a while so you can hop in. And if anyone wants to hop in, please let me know. I'll throw the link up, and if anybody wants to join. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. This is semi-heavy duty denim. It's not as thick as like I've had like what's quote unquote dungaree denim. That's it's not as thick as that, but this is just it's denim, but it's something that I've really never worked with before because of the color. I usually work with more of a lighter denim because I have a very specific look. But I'm all about exploring and finding new colors and stuff. And this is part of the stuff that I purchased in downtown LA. This was part of like this is the first shop I found where I was like wet behind the ears. I had that look in my eye like I didn't know what I was doing. But now I'm an old pro. Oh, right. Perfect. Let's clean this up. Then I'm going to reinforce my seams because it's very important in pants. Because even today, now that I think about it, I leaned down and I heard the you're over 40 rip of my pants. And I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to acknowledge this. I'm just going to keep going. And it nearly looks like canvas. It's a denim is funny. When you get denim laid out like on a giant sheet, it does look like canvas. It looks like really thin carpet. Do you know, in the fashion district, I've had to avoid the carpet shops because they have like, oh, 99 cents a yard. And I look and it's either drape material or carpet material. And I'm like, I have to be careful because I'm going to mess around and make a coat out of a drape on purpose. Is that brushed denim? Do you know, I do not think so. Excuse me, but do not quote me on that. I'm not necessarily an expert on fabric. I am literally that guy who points and I'm like, ooh, I like that. Like this weekend, I am sincerely thinking about going back and buying some red fuzzy material or something that's affordable. How's it going, Mark Short? You know, one of the reasons I say affordable is, you know, I can afford my fabric habit, but there's material that I wanted to get last week, actually last Wednesday when I was downtown, and the guy wanted $47 a yard. And it's not worth that for a fuzzy coat I'm gonna wear to the grocery store. That's an almost $200 coat. Because I would have purchased 4 yards like I always do. Awesome. Is it soft on the right top side of the fabric? No, it not necessarily. It still has that crisp feeling to it. Like an old pair of Levi's because it's semi stiff, you know. I don't know. Maybe it is brushed denim and I just have no idea what I'm talking about. And I missed that spot again. Wow, how can I miss that spot twice? Perfect. Perfect. All right. I think I should stand this up and take a look, see what it looks like. All right. Okay. So now I'm gonna cut all the excess pieces off of the pants, and then once I connect the pieces, I'm gonna come back and make sure everything looks good. Beautiful. All right, so I got to reconnect that piece, which is really important. One of the reasons I'm taking my time with this is because the pants are some of the most important pieces, because once they're together, you can't necessarily come back and fix all the mistakes, because you're going to have to take everything out and put it back. Thank you, Happy Maker. I do too. I love denim. It's really what I wear all the time. It's what I work with most of the time. Well, used to. I'm trying to expand my horizon. All right. Beautiful. What I did with my scissors, I'll never know. Awesome. So I've made quite a few pair of overalls, but I kind of consider every day a school day. So if you have any advice at all, please let me know. Good, those are finally connected. Perfect. Okay, so there's my crease. All right. So I'm going to start. I should definitely start throwing some pins in here. I'm wearing my denim overalls today. I love wearing my overalls. I have Dickies, and I have like two pairs of Dickies. I have to find them because I did San Francisco all over them. I have a pair of overalls. They are so big that if I weigh 210 pounds, two people my size can fit in each of the legs. I bought them at a thrift store a long time ago. I use it as canvas. I use it as a canvas. I practice San Francisco and slow stitching on it, but it's hilarious of how humongous these things are. I definitely need to find them. They're somewhere around here. And they were extremely cheap at the thrift store, because even the thrift store was like, nobody's gonna wear these. They were like, 6 or 7 XL. They were literally so big. So I gotta find them. They're somewhere in here. Speaking of big pants, these are gonna be awesome. One of the reasons I make my bibby pants so big is because I'm constantly moving around in them. And my work boots, I have a really old ratty pair of Wolverines. I need to get a new pair, But my work boots, they're high. They give me the illusion of height. So I need something that could take the abuse of being at work. Oh. Get my pens. So it is that time of year. Recently, my son had an IEP. Well, recently, it was yesterday. And it's funny how brutal IEPs are, more than anything else than the excruciating time it takes. I mean, it just every year it seems like it's more and more excruciating. And then my ex-wife and I, we could literally fight over what color the sky is. So we already don't agree on a few things. And then one of the teachers clicks on, and it's somebody I went to elementary school with. That's the benefit of moving back to your hometown. But it was awkward. It was actually a semi-good IEP, but it's funny how as a special needs parent, as the years go on, they're like, do you need a copy of the parents' Bill of Rights? I was like, no, do you need a copy? I have so many. I use them to keep my coffee table up. Okay. Perfect. Let me grab my phone. Sorry. We get it. You wear platform boots. The government runs on their schedule, not on your schedule. Oh, it drives me mentally insane. I call my shoes my Shatners because they make me tall. Like I wear cowboy boots, but I actually do ride. I wear like real riding boots, but it's funny because they always want to give you the illusion of height. And it makes me laugh when I put my cowboy boots on. I'm like, when I'm checking the cameras and stuff, when I have my shoes on, because I do not have my shoes on. But when I have my shoes on, I'm literally like this much taller. Oh, right. They asked me if I need a copy each meeting also. They haven't updated it in years. It's so true, Pam. And I think that's the annoying thing. And my ex-wife and I, we both work in the field. So you're not telling us anything that we both do not know, or like we're there when they rewrite the laws and stuff for this state. Like we know our rights well. But it's just funny, the weird legality behind everything. And I missed a few things. They're just excruciating because I am there every day and they're like, oh, what about this and this and this? And I'm like, I told you that 6 months ago. And with the way the school system is now, every year Isaiah has a different counselor, a different teacher. These people and I'm not blaming anybody. Like it's brutal right now. The school system is just like I wouldn't want to work in the school system right now. I get it, but with all that being said, I still need comprehensive people to be teaching my son. Or people who actually want to be there. I guess is the difference. I lose paperwork like crazy, so I always ask for the extra copy. It'll probably come in handy down the road. It's a giant packet, and during the pre-COVID days, what do we call that? BC, before COVID, before the plague, they would always give you one automatically, even if you asked or not. And so I literally have stacks of them, like stacks upon stacks. And you know what? That's not even the big deal. It's just procedurally speaking, after doing something for 14 years, I could recite their lines. But the cool thing is, with it being online, I can walk around the corner and smoke on the side of my house. They do an overview of it every time, also. Thank you, Pam. I think that's what it is. It's the repetitive. I do look. These people go out of their way. My son has had one teacher for the past 2 years who literally goes out of her way. She's the reason why my son has an education right now. But those meetings make me want to pull what's left of my hair out. It's in and I know that I'm not the only person. I'm not the only parent that does IEPs. I know I'm not the only person. So the only reason I'm even talking about it is because I know other people know how excruciating it is. Okay, there we go. And then it was weird because I gotta move my chair. The counselor was like, everybody was introducing themselves, and the counselor was like, "Oh, in full disclosure, I've known Mr. Sewing since kindergarten." And it made me laugh. Just living in a small town. What used to be a small town. I agree with you, Pam. We need to highlight that. I'm not trying to, in no way, shape, or form, am I trashing teachers at all. In no way, shape, or form. Like, honestly, like, part of me misses, the schooling, how we used to do it. In no way, shape, or form. It's just these IEPs are brutal. I rarely get anxiety and stay up for night for things, and the IEPs are the ones that always get me. It's true. Then not only the kids, but also the parents. And that's another thing. Do you know, I worked in the service industry when I was in my 20s. I've had every job you could possibly think of. So I try not to be that guy. You know that guy. I try not to be too much of a Karen, even though it's in my blood. Oh, excuse me. Okay, good. I was not sewing both sides. I love it when a plan comes together. Perfect. Perfect. You're right, Pam. You're 100% right. It's just schooling nowadays is not for the faint of heart. It is not. Whoops. Okay. Do you know what it is too? Is they're making all of these plans and they're saying, my kid deserves a better grade. Change that to an A. I'm not that parent. No way. I'm not that parent. I know my limitations. I know my son's. Like, I'm not that guy. Oh, wow. These are really starting to come together. Beautiful. And that denim is like, that is hardcore denim. I've only worked with like what I call fake denim. It's that really soft stuff that you would like get from Walmart or something like that. I made a vest from scratch from an old pair of pants, and I noticed how every single pair of denim was different. So I get it. Oh. All right. I'm always really crucial on this because I do not want to make mistakes on the pants. Because whenever I hear that rip on the pants, it reminds me of how much weight I've gained since the beginning of the plague. And like to repeat myself, my pants ripped today. Oh, but I love pastrami and pancakes. Twill. Oh, wow. Do you know what's really funny? There's so many different materials, and it wasn't until like there's all kinds of wool I want to explore, but they're so expensive. The socks I buy from Goodwill are tougher than that fabric, and they don't stretch either. And each pair of pants is different. Because it all depends on the manufacturer. And especially in today's world of fast fashion, they'll punch out, like 3,000 pairs of jeans in a day, All right. Beautiful. That's the one thing I love about fabric shopping is being able to go and look at all these different types. Because when I would order stuff online, I wasn't necessarily able to look at it. And up until about a week ago, I would have never touched fuzzy material. And now I'm in love with it. So I love being able to go and do the tactile experience of actually being able to go and look at it and touch it. All right. So let's fix all of this here. Like I said, I'm a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to the seams of the pants because those are like some of the most important parts. Beautiful. All right. Speaking of munchies, I have meatloaf and I gotta pull out of the oven. Awesome. Did you sew your back pockets on yet? I weirdly wait until the pants are put together and then I put them on sideways. So that's going to be the next step after this. Make sure to reinforce your seat. So, fun fact, I do not have any tattoos. Not one whatsoever. But if I was ever to get a tattoo, it would be reinforce your seat. Oh, I love that saying. Reinforce your seams and be yourself. For those who cannot, that is like my favorite saying of all time. All right. So now I'm going to start cutting off all the excess string so I don't have to do it later. I love having these extremely sharp scissors. Makes me laugh. I really did not know how bad my other scissors were until I got these. All right. Perfect. All right. Took me a second. I had to figure out which one was the front and which one was the back. Reinforce those seams. Absolutely, butterfly. Absolutely. I'm still trying to figure out your method of sewing those. And the funny thing is, Joy, let me show you. This is where people are like, wow, you just did 5 lefts, a right, and I'm lost. But they're pants. And they're perfect. This is just a weird piratey way I've learned of sewing. And I'm about to sew the legs in a minute, and then I will be done with these. I'm gonna add giant pockets on the back, especially because I'm gonna wear these to work, and everyone's gonna giggle when they see me. They're gonna be like, "Oh, here comes Mr. Creative." Oh, right. So I'm gonna turn these inside out, and then start sewing the legs. Oh, that pin caught me. But with sewing, it's not a project unless it's made you bleed. Okay. Now that I think about it, I have to completely repin, but I did not put too many pins on this. So I'm going to take these out and then turn it over. Do you know what the funny thing is? I feel like a magician now. Now I'm doing it a secret way, and people are trying to guess how to do it while I'm telling you how I'm doing it. Sewing has its secrets. I have feathers of power of armor and kick-ass spaceship. I don't have any tattoos either. Joy, don't try to figure it out. My home ec teacher is turning over. It makes me laugh whenever you say that, butterfly. Mine too. She was an itch with a big. Do you know what's really funny? My home ec teacher was this tall. She was the size of the students, and she was a sweet woman. And she was an extremely fair human. Oh, that's funny. Do you know? I don't know. I feel like my generation was the last generation that was taught to sew and to like cook. They even taught us ironing and all kinds of stuff. And I wonder, do they have home ec like that in schools nowadays? Because like in my son's curriculum, it's not offered at all in any way, shape, or form. And then they wonder why people who are from where I'm from do not know how to cook. Oh, you guys know it's all pirate sewing here in the House of Sewing. All right. Perfect. I'm already thinking about my bibby. I usually use an old pair of overalls to measure the front bib. But Pam, if you're still there, should I do like a cross or should I just make it smaller? And keep in mind, I like having a ton of support on my back with when it comes to wearing overalls. I'm weird like that. I do like the wide back overalls. But in certain communities, if you call someone wide back, that's an insult. So please don't quote me. Okay. Perfect. These are ready to sew. Yay, Wednesday. Do you know, I woke up this morning, I had so much to do, but I told myself, I was like, no matter what, I'm making overalls today. So this is pure determination. This is pure me just ignoring all, like, everything was against me today. My sewing machine was against me today. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. Yes, that teacher failed me, but look at me. I so professionally, bitch. I will say it out loud for you, Joy. I will definitely. My first home ec teacher's husband looked like Joe Namath. Oh, that's so funny. It's so funny. You would say that, Butterfly, like when people get their hair cut, like they ask them, do you want the Joe Namath or do you want the oh, I can't remember the Johnny Unitas, because Johnny Unitas had the high and tight. Well, do what you prefer. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. Johnny Unitas is still and Joe Namath are still referenced. Awesome. Awesome. My first home ec teacher, she was so nice. She was so nice. And it's people like that that encourage you to sew, that encourage you to do things because they're not life ruining like a lot of teachers are. Oh, boy. Okay, so keep in mind, I'm a pirate. And I'm literally just going to keep sewing the crotch piece. See how it's like, bam. And now I can switch over to the other side. And I have the whole other leg now. But I am going to reinforce that as well. I give my wife a bit of shit about tattoos. She didn't want me to get tattoos, and then she got makeup tattoos. Do you know what's really funny? When I was younger, I dated a young lady who was Salvadorian and Honduranian, and her mother had tattoo eyebrows, and I didn't know until one day they found out that my Spanish was way better than they thought. Oh, that's funny. If you had to pick one, the Joe Namath high and tight only looks good if you have an army uniform on. So true. Do you know what's funny, Killer Boy? People still rock the Joe Namath, the Johnny Unitas where I live. They still rock the high and tight. They still do. Mine was so nice too. The best part was there was no watchtowers in the classroom. Do you know, that really makes me wonder, because I do come from a Mormon town. I wonder if she was Mormon. I kind of like, I'm biased because I like growing up in a Mormon town. I had a good and bad experience, but I don't think every Mormon person is bad. I guess you can say I have tattoos. Also, I was a guinea pig for my daughter. She did my brows, but I bet they look great. My friend's mom looked permanently angry. Those makeup tattoos look like future regret. Do you know what's so funny? I had no idea at all that she had tattooed eyebrows. There's a Mormon temple about half a mile away from me. Same here. In my town, we have are they called? We have 4. And it's really deceptive because they're everywhere. And it's funny because people wouldn't think that, like, Mormons are in LA, like they are the majority in my town. Not in LA County, but in my town, most people here are Mormon. It's it's a numbers game. And I didn't even realize it until I got older, until I started seeing the people I grew up with, all their Facebook posts, and I'm like, oh, you guys were all Mormon. Time to buy that howitzer. Do you know what's so funny though? I've been to Utah and people were nicer to me in Utah than they were in my hometown. So for as much gruff as I give Utah, like I've been where is that army base? Because I want to say Sulphur Springs, but isn't that Colorado? Because I went to that one too. But like most people in Utah were really nice to me. They were just curious. And I don't blame them. When I travel, most people the first question they ask is, where are you from? And it's not an offensive question. They just want to know. Nah, it's okay. Yeah, exactly. We do not promote oh. I gotta watch my thread because it flies on this machine. And it's really good thread, but I think because it's that weird synthetic polymer, it always it flies past some of the guides on the machine sometimes. And so it'll be over one of the thread guides. I won't even notice, and then that's when it starts sounding like it's gonna break. I've done a lot of traveling, so even all politics aside, most people most places I've gone, people have been so nice to me, especially in Utah. And even in Idaho, I've been to the Pendleton Roundup in Oregon. People, like, for the most part, 99.9% of Americans are nice to your face. I don't know what goes on behind closed doors, and quite honestly, it's not my business. But most people are nice. Oops. What did I do? What did I do? Uh-oh. Something got stuck in there. Let's see if we can do this without taking out the entire bobbin mechanism this time. All right. Do you know, this thread is just a disaster when it comes to being in a sewing machine, because it gets caught up in the bobbin winder and everything else. It's advertised as like a synthetic polymer that's really good, and it does hold. And I have miles of it, but it just gets stuck in the machine because it's such a slick kind of thread. Sometimes machines do that. Totally understandable. Exactly, Pam. It drives me mentally insane. But it happens more and more when I use this thread. I use this thread mainly for hand sewing. I had miles of it I had miles of black thread and gray. And so I mainly use the black for all my battle vests because it really holds up. It's like right next to upholstery thread, but it's just really slick. It's the only way I can describe it. Thank you, Pam. You honestly, Pam, you make me feel better sometimes, because lately I've been having some serious bonks on my sewing machine. But I'm glad that it happens to everybody. Well, I'm not glad, but it makes me feel better that everybody goes through the same thing. You know what? I'm going to worry about that piece in a minute. Beautiful. We'll pull this back through. Now we have a pair of pants. It is excruciating. Sorry. Is encouraging. Sometimes is doing it's in. Oh, is encouraging. I thought you put excruciating. I was about to say I agree with you. They are excruciating. Thank you. Okay, so let me switch my angles really quick. I know I'm unorthodox. I know I'm a pirate, but we have a pair of pants. And it made me laugh when Butterfly and Joy were like, I have no idea what he's. Oh, I almost dropped that in my coffee. I have no idea what I'm doing either. Hey, Skits, how's it going? How's it going? Oh, these are going to be perfect. They came out really well. I still have to edge the bottom and stuff, but I usually wait to do all of that last because I'm impatient. I put everything together first. So I'm going to cut pockets because I'm getting excited and I know I will forget to if I don't remind myself right now. Let me see. I had way more material. How are you this evening, Skids? Good to see you. Good to see you. Heck yeah. Hello. Just wrapped up a board meeting. Awesome. Because you do it different than most would. Oh, okay. I get it. Just wrapped up a board meeting. Do you know what it is I learned how to make pants the backward way, and it just stuck because it fits. And when I do, like, it's not that I fail every time when I make formed pants, but I think I need to I should definitely get a pants pattern. Skits is in the house of sewing. It almost makes me feel like lost in space. All right. I am stoked though. Those pants are perfect. And I've been watching a lot of Tupac videos, so I'm going for that baggy look anyway. All right, let me go check really quickly. Just had to make sure I had all of my denim. I was like, where did it go? I'm working on my yellow and gray houndstooth's overalls. That's awesome. I purchased the shocker. I know it's a shocker, but I purchased the Mimi G pattern for overalls, and they were so complex. I'm like, what is this contraption they're trying to make? I went looking for it. I'll find it. It's somewhere in this mess of a room. But let's start making pockets before I digress and get too distracted. Ever since I had to get my washer, it's a mess in here because everything on that side I had to bring in here because they had to be able to, bring a washer in here. All right. So I try not to get too complicated with the back pockets, but I definitely want them huge because I have giant hands And I'm one of those people that like put as much stuff in their pockets as possible. All right, so let me get my square. So because I've done this a million times, I'm coming through with these blind cuts, but I always try to make it just a little bit bigger than my hand. And that way I know that the pockets are going to be humongous. And let's go find something to line this with. All right. I wonder if this is going to be enough. It should be. So I have had this brown plaid material. This is leftovers of something that I've had for over 10 years. When I was going through all my fabric, I laughed so hard. I couldn't believe I had this in there. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes acquired. I put plenty of salt and a whole stick of butter in my mashed potatoes. That's the only way you should eat it. The eagle is staring into my soul. Skits. Let's have a talk, okay? That is an inanimate object. It's not real. You've seen Toy Story too many times. That's literally 30 pounds of plastic with an eagle head on it. Absolutely. Kilroy, I'm starving now ever since you said that. And the reason I say that is because my ex-wife has a 4-year-old son. I absolutely love Apollo. He's such a good kid. But he always walks in here and he kind of looks at my mannequin and I tell him, those are plastic people. Don't worry about them. But I forgot the eagle head was on. And he walked in here and he was like, he literally walked right into Isaiah's room. He's like, I don't even want to know what that eagle thing is. So what are you gonna do with the plaid? I'm thinking about lining it with the inner pocket, like lining that with my pockets. Because I haven't, you know, um I had miles of it. I made pillows. This is the pillow that I sit on in my chair, but I made this a while ago. But I was surprised that I had some of this brown plaid left over. It was cheaper because no one wears brown plaid. And even the lady when I bought it, she was like, "Man, I'll give this to you." Oh, it's real. I swear I see it looking at you too, Skids. Trust me, if that mannequin jumped, you would see me literally run out this room. Yay, I'm doing good. Finally got a chance to relax. Beautiful. Hey, we don't know what happens in those ultra secret VFW meetings. Maybe they do something with an eagle. They're not Masons. Masons are the ones you have to watch out for. They're doing the weird stuff in the meeting. Yay. Awesome. Thank you, Pam. Yay. Hello, Sarah. Sarah, how are you? How are you? Yay. Hello. Hello, Sarah. Make a suit. I found my flamenco print, so I think I'm the suit's coming. Yay. Hello. Hello. Yay. Okay, so yeah, I try to use all the fabric I have, but you buy more, some gets forgotten. I even found material that I'm gonna make a turtleneck out of. I found even more stretchy material because I'm in my turtleneck era right now. And that's the beauty of clearing out your old fabric stash. You know what? I'm going to move my coffee before I kick it over. Oh, man, that's glorious. Okay, so I'm going to start lining my pockets. Let me grab my phone. Hello, Sarah. Skits. Awesome. Good to see everybody. If anyone wants to hop in, let me know. I'm going to continue making pockets. Beautiful. Perfect. Do you know I should I need a pin cushion for my pin cushion. Have a great night, Butterfly. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much. I will be back on Saturday because I say I'm not going to, but I'll be back in full Elvis suit with the sequins with the white jumper on. Perfect. Lately, I haven't been pinning when I've been cutting, and it's been showing. So I'm trying to get back to the habit of pinning and cutting at the same time. And if you get loose and lazy with your habits, it'll show in your sewing. Perfect. Perfect. And I tried to when it comes to pockets, even with my bib, I'm gonna line the back of my bib. I have a certain material I want to use with that. But with this denim, it's so thick for the pants, it's perfect just for a pair of pants. All right. Perfect. Do you know after the IEP, after all the excruciating things, it's been after getting the washer and everything, do you realize it's only been a day and I had a crazy day. And now it's funny because I'm sitting here sewing and I'm it's relaxing compared to all the other drama of the day. And the power company sent me a shaming letter. They sent me another shaming letter saying I'm pulling more power than my neighbors. I'm going to tell them to stop being nosy. I got a shaming letter back in the day for water usage because I had a fountain, but I haven't used that in 3 or 4 years. It's just a giant concrete statue in my backyard now. Oh, right. I can't stop sneezing. Allergies are hitting hard. That's what I need to make for my husband. He needs a bib. I love making overalls. I love wearing bibbies. It's the front pocket. It's the convenience of the front pocket, I think, when it comes to me and bibbies in general. All right. Let me clear everything off of here. I'm going to add my pockets and start sewing. Then we'll throw the bib on. Because I totally don't have bonium just stuck in my head for a month and a half. Okay, that's the back. Yes. Perfect. Beautiful. These pockets are so huge, they're going to take up the entire back of the pants. But that's kind of the point. I make freakishly large pockets because I carry stuff. Awesome. All right, I'm going to pull the pockets down just a little bit because I'm going to take a little bit off the top of the pants when I'm done with all of it. Perfect. All right, I'll start. Do you know I'm like 2 steps ahead of myself? I have not secured my pockets yet. I do that sometimes. Sometimes I'll skip a step. Absolutely, Joy. We all need bibbies. I can't stop sneezing. Quit getting lippy, or the meter reader gets it. I'm just shocked. The power company is shaming me. They're shaming me. I need a bib. I spilt my OJ 3 times this morning. I spilt more than I drank. I actually know how that is. I've been injured quite a few times. I've been in the hospital a couple of times. Oh, right. I can't believe I almost forgot to line my pockets. That's why it's important to not skip steps. Oh, right. Do you know, I really miss my office chair. I love the Golden Girl chair because I can sit here and fall asleep in this chair, but I miss my old office chair. That thing was perfect for rolling around on the shag carpet. Now I literally have to move this entire chair in order to function. There we go. And avert your eyes if you're not used to people not. I sew like a pirate. I turn corners that would make people jump. Oh, perfect. Put casters on the old lady chair. You know what? That's not a bad. I need to write that down. I seriously, because I write myself a honey-do list because there's no one here to yell at me, so I write everything down. I seriously need to write that down because it's driving me crazy. Because I was so used to gliding around on my on my office chairs in here, and it really cuts down on the space because the more I grow, the less I need a giant chair in here. And I'm talking about this room. You need to get wheels and screw them on the legs. Do you know I did that on my other one, on my other Golden Girls chair, and the leg broke? I don't sew, so I wouldn't know what you're doing wrong. That's true. And I always say if someone's looking that close, we're friends. And you really wouldn't care at that point anyway. But casters is a great idea, Joy. I need to do that like ASAP because I miss the freedom and independence of gliding around this room. And I didn't realize how much I had until I lost it. Don't get me wrong, I love this chair. This will just be a part of the collection. But it's time to get an office chair again. Casters work great. I'm gonna try it out. I put like freakishly large wheels on my other one and it broke. Also, that's why you smoke so much. It's on the honeydew. Well, I don't start forgetting things until I smoke, really. Like, let's be honest. Okay, so do I want it like that or like that? We want it like that. Okay. What's worse than when spilling is there's a thief in the corner ward. They stole my milk, which is also a medication for me, so it's caused 12 hours of pain, and now they just stole my roommate's ice cream. You need to find that person, Mark. I just use a regular chair. I move around a lot. I am one of those people. Like, I am the definition of ADD. Like, I get up, sit down, walk into a room. I'm like, why did I come in here? Sometimes I think I'm just one of those people that can't stop moving their legs. Yeah, Mark, rat him out. Rat him out, Mark. I would tell everybody I could, like, if you steal my medication, I'm going off. I had my chair I used for close to 30 years. Part of me wants to take this chair out of here. I have endless folding chairs and a bunch of really fancy chairs in my living room for no reason. Yay, Sydney. Love. Secret lab chair is nice. I would rat him out, Mark. Seriously. And he can't get more because of all the food restrictions he's on. That's awful. Yay. Nothing but love, Sydney. I'm vocal. I would be out there in my so I'm glad I lined these. I'm really glad, and I'll get to use this material that has been sitting around. That's almost my son's age, even though my son is 14. There was a woman stealing people's stuff in the shelter. People like that drive me mentally insane. You like them, so it's not for no reason. True. Very true. And plus, I love digging through my scraps because it reminds me of every project I've ever done. Especially like all that when I find stuff from just like, I was always sewing, but like I started sewing heavy in 28. Well, no, like 27. Gosh. Like 2014-ish around there is when I started my great comeback of what I am now. So I have a lot of fabric from back then when I first started my hoard. Because before then I wouldn't buy fabric unless I needed to sew something. Low carb stuff. Do you know what the funny thing is with things like that? Most of the time, if you ask, someone will just give it to you. If I find out who the thief is, they won't have no reason to travel to have their hands reset after I hit them repeatedly with my walking stick. Definitely have to find out who that person is. All right, so I'm going to line the top of my pockets. Then I'm going to add them. Then we'll start on the bib. Awesome. Do you know, it makes me laugh, like, as I take my mic off, I was so jumpy to add the pockets, I forgot to sew them. Oh, right. And we're making great time, too. Now you get fabric because it's awesome and it needs to be in the stash. Absolutely. Well, also, like, there are certain people who are around that are not around that can't tell me no. And I know you're hate watching. So look at my beautiful fabric stash. But I always had like a girlfriend or someone in my life that's like, do you really need that? So I always felt like I was going to the fabric store by myself. And now, like, I live alone. Like, no one's going to stop me. I'll put X-Lax in something so they could steal it. You know what's funny? We actually did that at my job because there was a food thief. So we put an explosive burrito in there. But we no longer have giant crews like that anymore. So people respect other people's space. You're right, Pam. I do love going to my stash. Like even today, I loved discovering all the stuff that I haven't seen in over a decade. And it's all because I got a new washing machine. It unearthed all kinds of stuff. In the army, gear being stolen was a common occurrence. I came to the conclusion that there is only one thief in the army. Everyone else is just trying to get their stuff back. Oh, I hope they at least tarred and feathered that young man. I still need to add tops to this. I'm just jumping the shark this evening, but I just happen to have material right here that's the perfect size. Beautiful. Do you know my real problem is I see something and I'm like, oh, that I can make a shirt out of that, or that's beautiful. So I keep on buying more and more fabric. And then with my discovery of how downtown is healthy and thriving as far as the fashion district, it's reinvigorated my stash. And let's be real, like the fashion district is 10 times cheaper than the store. They have their prices in certain things are much better. And that's what I've always been looking for, is a reliable place where I can buy fabric, and I found a whole district. That's one reason I buy pens with separate caps. They don't get stolen like clinchy pens that do all the shop and factory floor. Um, so you guys are gonna think I'm kidding, but I'm not. Well, people who know me will know I'm not kidding. I buy when something's communal, like if I have to have something at my job or something, I'll buy a pink version of it. I have pink. I have certain tools that I bring on certain jobs that are pink. Like, I dare somebody to steal a pink hammer. I bet you they won't. That's how I deter thieves. And yes, even in LA, they won't steal a pink hammer. Oh, but it's really sad that in certain coincidences, like in certain occurrences, I've had to actually do that. And there's all kinds of things that I bought that are pink because I know no one's gonna steal it. This is your reminder to put your glasses on. I just scanned. Oh my god, everything is wrong. This is. I do need to put those on because it takes my eyes a minute to adjust with them on in the first place, and I always pull them out with full intentions of putting on my glasses. All right, give me a second. Give me a second. Whoa, whoa, HD, huh? Do you know what's really funny? With my glasses, like I have a screen over there. I can read across the room with my glasses on. Miracle. I'm trying not to laugh. Just got scammed. 150 was taken. By who? Oh my gosh, I would be so mad. I got mad when Paramount was charging me on 2 different devices. I was paying 3 times. And I think Netflix was doing it too. And I know for a fact that Paramount was. And imagine they were getting me for their fee every month 3 different times. That's awful, Sydney. That's awful. Oh.
Hello, everyone.
Yay.
I made it.
Do you know what's really funny? I saw that bell and I was like, I bet you she's behind me. And you were. Here's a rare shot of me wearing my glasses.
Oh, hey, I'll put mine on so I can see you and your
Hello,
Hello,
yay!
everyone. Oh, thank
Sydney
you.
just got ripped off for $150, so we're commiserating.
Oh no, that's terrible. I saw that Sydney got stolen from and that people are stealing Mark's milk. Maybe if it were pink.
You think I'm playing? Everything.
No.
I'm in the world of welders and pipe fitters, and like they wouldn't. That's why even my coffee cup is pink and baby blue, and no one, my coffee cup has never been stolen. I left it on a job site overnight, and no one stole my cup.
I had a handyman who had a pink charging cord for his phone, and he said the same thing.
Oh yeah. I'm telling you, no, people do not like stealing pink stuff. At least men, and men are usually the ones who are stealing. Oh, hi, Waternay. How are you this evening?
Hello. Oh my goodness. My mother is having a business issue, and she had this impassioned letter that I had to clean up and still keep impassioned, but a little more, focused and pointed in the right places. So I was fighting with that. So hello, Kilroy. Oh, thanks, Sydney. Thanks, Joy.
Hey, oh, thank you, Sydney. I know you're talking to Waternay though, but I'm gonna take it.
We'll take it. Either one. That's nice. Now my ego's all pink. Let's see. Who else is here? I didn't get to see. I saw a comment from Mark, Skits.
Pam, you are more than welcome to join. Come on in.
Oh yeah, come on in, Pam. That'd be fun.
Just let me know and I'll throw the link in the chat. You are more than invited to come in. I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. I looked up until I've only been yakking for an hour. Usually when I look up, it's like 2.5 hours, 3 hours.
I'm looking at the chat to see.
No, go ahead.
I was just looking at the chat to see if I missed anybody. I think Happy was here earlier. I don't know if they're still here. Skits, Commander, hello.
I'm gonna throw the link.
Butterfly.
I'm gonna throw the link in the chat. And Sydney, of course, you can join. If anyone else wants to join, come on in.
We'll have a whole stream party.
We're a sewing circle. And I always say this. I paid all that money a year ago for StreamYards, and I yet to have like more than people that exceed the norm.
What's the max?
Without paying, I think it's like 4 or 5.
Okay.
I could be wrong. It's been so long. But quite honestly, when you get like 9 or 10 people in, it's like a board cube.
I play Spirit Island, which I know I've mentioned before, but you can play with 2 people or apparently up to 6. But even the experts, I think I found one person who attempted a 6-person game. I can only imagine the chaos and the length of time that would take.
During the COVID era, like I would hop on streams with 12 people, and it was literally like being on a board cube.
Oh my goodness. How does anyone, I mean, it's hard enough to kind of manage when someone's speaking and when the subject's changing. I cannot imagine with like 12 people. Because normally if you're in a room with 12 people, you've got smaller groups of people talking here, people talking there, but that doesn't work on a stream.
Sarah, you can join anytime, Sarah. Are you kidding me? I miss you. I've known you for almost like 3 or 4 years. You were there in the beginning. I've been playing. Was that Fae Farm?
I don't know Fae Farm. Is that a tabletop or an electronic? Well, we'll see you when you get back. Hey, Pam.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Awesome. I'm excited. Here, let me move this because the chat usually gets in the way. Once you get a bunch of people in the video, it looks like the Brady Bunch. I miss the Brady Bunch.
I saw a theater production that was all done with Zoom during the quarantine. And they had it, they'd done all this rehearsal, so it would look like they were passing things to each other, and it was good. They did a good job. Hey, Sydney, we lost Pam.
It says that she's having technical. It looks like she's having technical difficulties.
All right. Well, right now we have the Penguin. Soon we'll have Pam and the Penguin. Sounds like a band.
Yay!
You're back.
I was just trying to see if I could change my camera, so. Because I have a different camera. I was just trying to figure out how to change it to the other one. Because I have a different camera. I was just trying to figure out how to.
There you go.
Let's see. There we go.
I need to get a camera switcher.
I'm not putting myself on camera. I don't look so great right now anyway.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I always do my hair and put some makeup on before I jump in.
But
no one
not
needs to see the dark circles and the frizz.
As that one lady guy, I can't remember. Not today.
Tabletop, yeah. It was hard when you no one to play games with. I feel you, Seraphim.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm slow mo. No.
Muted microphone.
I'm gonna jump out and jump back in.
Okay, no worries.
It seems to work, so we'll see.
So Pam, are you working on overalls?
I am.
Awesome.
I am sewing up my straps.
Awesome.
Did you say you're sewing? Oh, never mind. I'll ask you when I get back.
Like straps. This is one of the straps.
Oh, the straps. Oh,
yeah.
I thought you said scraps, and I was confused. Okay.
Oh, I have plenty of scraps, but I'm not sewing up scraps today.
I have run into an impasse of what I should do with all my scraps because I have an obscene amount of scraps.
You should make a big ball and send it to my cats. Scrap. They would love that,
I was thinking about making a car cover.
Yeah.
But I have a Ford Flex and 2 giant F-150s.
I just have a GMC. On top of being scammed today and my breakup, Nicole was run off the road.
350 Super Duty.
Oh, wow.
Well, an E350 Super Duty. It's not an F, it's an E. But it's a Ford E350 Super Duty.
That's a big truck.
Well, it's a van.
Oh, okay,
it's a 12-passenger van, so.
Oh, wow.
Because I have to have the room for my kids.
Do you know what's really funny? I got my Ford Flex just because I have one kid and I need all that room,
You do need all that room. I do. My oldest daughter got run off the road too today.
Oh,
today?
No.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours at my house.
I know the feeling on that one.
I'm like, really?
All right,
I don't know, Seraphim. With the cost of yarn, you practically do need a sugar daddy for yarn.
I need a sugar
daddy.
I
buy all my yarn from the thrift store, so.
Skits is my sugar daddy. I'm allowed to say
Oh,
that.
Really?
No.
No, I was about to say a terrible joke. That's all.
Go ahead. I don't care. At this point, say it.
Ran off the road. No, I was going to say, Skits, you're looking for takers,
Yeah, if you're sending money.
Yeah, exactly.
She was in the car and somebody ran her off the road.
Some asshole on a Yamaha bike was playing Metallica so loud you could hear 2 blocks. He was having a moment. Do you know what's really funny? There is actual etiquette to playing your radio on a motorcycle or bike.
Tell us all about it.
Well, on even the old school bikes, those speakers are made to blast through over your helmet.
Oh, I didn't know
Everybody
that.
hears what you're listening to. Everybody.
Yeah.
So there's like a certain when you get near people, you turn it down.
Do they have anything that does that automatically, like say with your speed?
No, but with today's helmets, they're so technologically advanced. I bet there's a helmet that you could hook up to your stereo.
Probably.
Because even I have a review, and I could look and see what's behind me in my helmet.
Oh wow!
There's something else, honey. That was funny.
No decent thrift stores here, sadly.
Oh no!
I live in the land. Pam, do you have a lot of thrift stores where you live?
Within a 20-mile radius, I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So at least 5.
I love having options like that.
Nice.
Like we have in Layton, it's a city in Utah. There is 3 thrift stores right next to each other. So there's the Goodwill, the Desert Industries, and Savers, all right in a row. And then there's also a Walmart right across the street, and then there's also a Sam's Club right there too.
Oh wow!
Wow,
you leave the house with a full spending account, and you come out with nothing in the bank in the spending account.
I actually, when I lived in Oregon, I had a roommate who was from Ghana, and he was becoming a Mormon. And whenever I hear of Desert Industries, they would always give him food. And it makes me think of the food they would always give him. And he wouldn't eat it because he liked it because it didn't have sugar in it, but it was American food.
Food. Oh, and Nicole turned 25 today.
Awesome. Happy birthday.
Yeah, she had a birth. What a birthday, huh? Run off the road.
Oh, this dude was in traffic and stopped at multiple lights with the stereo playing loud. That's where the edit, where I don't know about where you're from, but where I'm from, you're supposed to turn off, turn your depending on where you are. It's a respect issue, but that whole era of motorcycle weird chivalry is going down the wayside anyways.
Why? That's terrible. I even have an etiquette book called Etiquette for Outlaws. It tells you what to do at places like strip clubs and motorcycle riding and all of that.
I didn't hear the first part.
Oh, I have a book called Etiquette for Outlaws, and it tells you the etiquette at places not covered by typical etiquette books, such as strip clubs, or I'm sure they would cover something about what to do with your stereo on your Harley.
Oh my gosh, I have to. I'm going to look that up this evening. Oh my gosh. There was a book I bought at the Borders in Hollywood, 24 years ago, and it was everything you're not supposed to say in Spanish.
Oh.
And it taught me a few things. I can totally see skits with the puffy hat.
You read, articles about sugar daddies and sugar babies and whatnot, and you hear about these ones, and it's like, oh, I just went out with my friend and we had a nice time at this restaurant, and next thing I know, the men we were with just gave us thousands of dollars. And you think, well, I could do that. And then you hear about, well, but then there are the other ones where the creepy guy wants special favors. And I have a feeling that the second group is far more prevalent than the first group.
It's always Group B. Group A is a unicorn that does not exist that we talk about.
I suppose, though, that I'm of a certain age where people are expecting me to be the one with the sugar.
So far so good. I put the gray thread back in the bobbin. Sometimes I don't know if it's me or the machine, but it's probably me half the time.
Oh, you're making overalls with the denim fabric I like so much?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Last night I got inspired, but then I had a ton to do today. Because I would have, like when I get inspired, I make them that night. But I had so much to do today that I had to get a full night's sleep.
What's a full night's sleep? You let me know.
If I get a good, excuse me, like 6 hours interrupted, I'm charged and ready to go. But what does the average human really need? Because
8 hours in it.
But what about a child? Like I give my son a hard time because I'm like, you need 10 hours, bro. Like you need at least 10.
I think it's more, but I can't remember how much.
Oh, my word. Oh.
Did you spill your coffee?
I totally flung my coffee onto the table and it bounced off the chair.
And it's all over you, right?
Oh my. That's something that you all just need to see because I need to share in my misery. Where's the
see now you know how my day is.
Oh dear me.
This is why you need a barista in your house. He would have picked that up and made you another latte by now.
Oh my
I'll get a towel and clean it up.
Bad word. Bad word.
That's why I try to keep my
yourselves. I'll be back.
Or you grab a dog and have them look it up.
Yes, what are you doing?
I'm thinking about getting another dog, but I get so emotionally attached.
I have cats, but I wanted to get a French bulldog, but I didn't know how expensive those things are.
What kind of cat?
And I have 3 cats, but I wanted to get my dog of my dreams is a French bulldog.
Oh,
but I never knew how much they are. Cause all for a dog, I'm like, it's a dog.
Oh my!
They're cute because they don't bark, and I'm in an apartment, and my cat is looking at me like, you're not getting no dog. she's pardon this, but she's giving me to go a hell look. She's like, hell no.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I have a stray cat that's in heat right now.
Uh-oh.
And it's meowing.
Uh-oh.
Are you prepared for the kittens you're gonna have?
Yeah, you're gonna have to be prepared. Just so you know. If she starts getting huge, all you have to do is have a box with a blanket in it somewhere, and she'll go in there and go into it.
She's gained weight, but she was always a skinny cat, and she's getting older,
You'll know if her stomach is bigger than it should be. You'll know.
She's just meowing all over the place, and it's like embarrassing almost.
I hated that.
But it's a stray cat I take care of. Pam, have you ever taken care of a stray cat?
My parents did.
Sydney, I just, honestly,
and then
guys,
we let him go because I don't want him.
This is my first cat ever. I'm a dog person. Like I grew up with Doberman Pinschers,
Rottweilers.
My
God, I love those dogs.
And guard dogs.
Yeah, they are.
And so this is my first run with a cat.
Well, I'll help you any way I can because I have 3. I've always had cats, and I had dogs also. So.
But I kind of panicked and I called my mom.
Don't panic.
I called my mom. I was like, listen to this. And my mom was like, oh, that cat's in heat, kid.
And is there other cats in the area?
Oh, there's a gang of cats.
Oh no.
An army of cats in this neighborhood.
Okay, if you see her stomach like literally bigger than it should, yeah, that's an indication. Yeah, you'll know.
I'm gonna keep I keep an eye on her though. She's not eating any less or more than usual, or she
Yeah,
hasn't
she won't
deviated
yet. She won't if
any
it's just
habits.
if it's just the first kind of stages anyway. She won't show for a little bit. It's 9 weeks, I think, normally. So probably about the 6th week, or maybe just depends, So
It's a 9-week gestation period.
I think so. I may be wrong, but I think it's 9
Oh,
weeks.
it's been driving me crazy. Kilroy it's been driving me
Kilroy, I love it.
crazy. My cat, and like I can see my neighbor's cats turning on. I mean, my neighbor's cameras, and I see my cat walking in front of the camera, and I'm like, oh, it's my cat. Oh no. Like we are
She's yours
officially
now. Did you name it yet?
Odin. I named it because she
Odin?
has one eye.
Oh, Odin. I like that name.
Well, we have a rat named One-Eyed Pete.
I love
because
that
he was
name.
born with one eye. The other eye never formed in its socket.
I think that's what happened with Odin because she has the socket and everything, and it's not festering or anything. It's just she has one eye.
Yeah. As long as it's pretty clean and like you said, not festering, it's all right. You'll know.
She's been around going on almost like 2 years.
Well, guess what, honey? She's yours. She adopted you. She's not going away, honey.
My neighbor, I have so many people that come and go in this neighborhood because people, they get over ambitious and they like, oh, I want to live in this neighborhood. Then they can't afford to live here and they move. And so all the neighbors, we keep our eyes out because people abandon their animals all the time around
All
here.
all the time.
And
I see it on Facebook all the time.
Yeah. And plus, because I live adjacent, like if you drive out about 30 miles heading east, you're in the middle of the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And we get people are just gross.
You don't have to tell me, because I found that out today.
It's just my thing is like if I can afford to do it, I'll take care of the cat. And cat food's relatively cheap.
It is, because I could get like a 20-pound bag. I have it delivered because I can't hold carry it. It's like $26, but it's well worth it. So because I have it for a long time. So, and I feed 3.
Exactly.
And one that likes to eat no matter what. Even if there's a slightest opening of the bottom of the bowl, she expects new food. And she's looking at me like, why are you telling my secrets? Lucifer called her the perfect angel. And I'm like, God, no, she's not.
Well, now you have me all scared, Sydney. I think my cat's pregnant.
Well, you'll know. Do you have like a box or anything? You can put like.
Oh, I have a full like pet carrier and everything.
Just put a blanket in it and just. I mean, she if she does have it, she'll want a quiet place away from things. So that's what cats do.
And that might even be when your outdoor cat becomes an indoor cat.
Right.
Well, what's happening is someone I know brought the cat carrier over because they were trying to get Odin to the vet, but Odin will only walk up to me.
Well, then guess what, honey? He belongs to you. Oh, if you ever, Waternate, if you ever want to say a bad word, but you don't want to say the bad word, what Hannah would say, because she hated the F word, she would say mother trucker.
Ah, yeah. Well, I mean, I can cuss if I need to. I'm just protecting Godless's monetization and YouTube algorithm. I suppose I can cuss and Farscape. What?
YouTube has been so weird. Like
it is weird.
As far as monetization and all that stuff, like I don't even know what the rules are anymore.
I don't either. because they change it every 5 days. It seems like.
Oh, they do. And there's like I love music. Because of the era I grew up in, I love late 80s, early 90s music. I love
Yeah.
early 80s music. But that just screams copyright strike.
I know. I don't understand any of that because I remember when you can use music like that. I don't get that at all. But it is what it is, I guess.
No, I haven't made a dime off of any of this because a long time ago, someone told me they're like,
Well, you don't make anything until you reach 1,000 subscribers.
yeah, exactly.
Right. And
But they
then
can
it's
still
not
put
that much.
commercials in your videos.
Right.
They just if I do get monetized, I think I only have 1 or 2 videos that doesn't have a copyright strike. So it wouldn't matter. But honestly, like I'm here for this. I'm not here
Right.
for anything else except for just meeting new people, meeting people who so having a good time.
Well, I don't so, but I'm here anyway.
No, you know what I'm saying though, Sydney. Like,
No, yeah.
we're here
I
to have
heard that. You just want somebody, not me. I heard that.
No, but like, and I don't take it personal because I watch a YouTuber who has thousands and thousands of subscribers, and he's like, YouTube's after me.
I do. I follow. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. I followed him since 2019. He's from the makeup community, which is not really the beauty community, which is crumbling anyway. But he's one of my favorite YouTubers, and he's got thousands of subscribers. So as well. But and he was in a car accident last year, and I thought, oh god. But he's,
Do you know what's really funny? My car accident changed my life. It taught me to drive slow, and I had to learn how to walk again, and I learned how to drive again too. I had a real fear after I got in my crash. I had a real fear of driving.
Yeah, he was he can drive if he wants to, but he just doesn't because he had a seizure when it happened, and it killed somebody. So it was like a freak, tragic accident. It's not like it's his fault he had a seizure when he was driving. And so it killed the driver. And, he's, I hate that for him. He had to do the same thing like you. He's got to be careful though. So he doesn't drive anymore.
It's traumatic when something like that happens.
Yeah.
I used to drive really fast.
Oh, I did.
When I was in my 20s, I got in a motorcycle accident, and I lived though. So I was like, oh, look how invincible I am. In my 30s, I got in a car accident, and I was like, I will never drive fast again.
Right.
And now that I'm in my 40s, I drive the speed limit.
Uh-oh. I'm almost 50, and I go too fast.
Well, I live in LA. To give you an example,
That's true.
Today I was driving. I got passed. But okay, let's talk about the time the cop passed me. I was going like 79, 80, and the cop passed me because I was going too slow.
That sounds like Atlanta.
They do not play. Today I was driving. And it made me think, like, I was going 82 miles an hour, and I backed off. I'm like, what am I doing? And people were passing me on the freeway today.
Because Atlanta, well, I lived in Atlanta for about 20 years. Hannah's hospital was in Atlanta. So it was like, have you ever been to Atlanta?
Oh, yes, I have.
So you know about Spaghetti Junction.
Oh,
you know about all of that, the mess is there. Do you remember?
Like
I don't know if you know, but do you remember one of the bridges fell?
No, I don't think I was there for that.
No, okay. It actually somebody had like a homeless person had started a fire, and there was some like DOT something underneath it, and it cracked the bridge and it fell.
That's crazy.
And so yeah, so Atlanta, is stupid.
I think like anywhere else, Atlanta was not what I expected it to be.
Well, because it's getting better than it was. I've been told, but it depends where you are. Obviously, like in the Piedmont area, Buckhead, all that is,
Oh yeah.
the good spots and stuff. But
But I've been to like the Peachtree Plaza. I've been
yes,
downtown,
Plaza. Oh my god.
and but this was a while ago. Like I haven't been in Atlanta in a long, long
It
time.
has
I had a
changed
great time.
tremendously, and the traffic is, of course, it's they have the aquarium there, and World of Coke there, and
Oh yeah.
it's yeah, it's kind of crazy, but yeah,
In the state of Georgia, can you buy a Pepsi?
yeah. Why?
No,
Like,
I'm joking.
oh,
It's a
I was
joke.
like, what?
I heard someone I was watching an interview with these two people and they didn't realize that the person knew they were from Atlanta, but they were kind of yanking their chain and they were like, do you guys drink Pepsi? And they were like, excuse me, I'm from Atlanta. I don't think you can get Pepsi in the entire state.
Yes, you can.
And it made me think. I was like, oh, that's weird. Because I went to Utah and they had there were sugary drinks everywhere.
Oh, that's my downfall is sugar. It's like my comfort thing because of from Hannah. So it's like so is my downfall, and I can't give it up yet. But I know because you and in Coca-Cola world, you have the whole different kinds of soda, and some of them, oh my god, are disgusting.
No, Kilroy, it's not all cocaine, but if you go to I've been on the tour and they take you to the vault where the original formula is.
It makes you wonder if they put something in there. They just don't tell you. Because apparently the ingredients is like hidden somewhere in Atlanta, somewhere. And I don't know where, but whatever.
How's the coffee cleanup?
I'm just waiting for the milk for my new cup, and by some sort of library miracle, I managed to not get coffee on any sewing machines or books.
Oh, nice!
So
yay! That's awesome.
How are the overalls and Pameralls?
I don't think I know.
Perfect.
It's going good.
I keep on hitting myself with my pens.
Ouch.
Oh, I know. I hate that.
My daughter just had to call me and tell me that the Congress and House isn't agreeing and there's going to be a government shutdown.
I heard
and she's
that.
all worried about it. And I'm like, you know what? We've been through this multiple times
Yes,
before. No big deal.
Yeah. We don't.
And
Because
like-
my husband's a government employee because he's military. So
I wonder if it will affect skits, because I know he does stuff for the. I don't know if he does stuff for the state or not. Hopefully, it doesn't affect him.
So does that mean I'm not gonna get mail tomorrow?
Yes. No.
no, it's October 1st. As of October 1st.
Oh, okay.
I thought they had
Really?
done
If they don't come to a conclusion.
I thought they had done an extension through November 17th.
Why are they shutting down anyway?
Because they can hold us
It's
up.
gonna be on the budget.
People are
They
being
do
bullied.
it every couple years.
Yep. They forget. Like I'm just old enough to remember when Newt Gingrich and they used to do this to Clinton all the time. I'm of a certain age where I remember.
Yeah.
I read an article, and this only seems to come to crisis when the Republicans have control of the thing, and there's a Democrat in office as president. That
Huh.
seems to be when it's a sticking point. When there's a Republican in office, they can work things out apparently, but
Yeah.
Well, there was a lot of shutdowns when Trump was in office too.
I can't remember if there was or not.
There was, because my husband's military, so
Oh. Well, I had my daughter. I don't pay, like I said, I haven't never really paid attention to politics because I had a daughter to take care of. So,
No,
Don't
totally
pay-
understandable. Honestly, during the I tuned out for all of 2020. I completely tuned out. So I
yeah,
was
it's a
not
bunch
watching.
of hogwash.
It is. So it's really funny. From 2019 up until now, I have got so much sewing done. It's not even funny because I'm
That's
sitting
one
at
thing
home like not commiserating, about politics because I have
yes.
plenty of stuff in my life to already worry about.
Right. See, yeah, taking care of Hannah for 16 years, I didn't care. You don't care. So, politics, I don't even understand it anyway. So it's not. My mom just tells me, and I just shake my head. Okay, mom, because she's a
Yeah.
Democrat. She's a heavy Democrat, and of course, she hates Trump, and she calls him a buffoon or a orangutan, or she calls him more than that. But that's the nice. Yeah.
Recently, my mother, who has been, if you ask her, she'll say she's been voting a Democrat since Kennedy. She told me that she wasn't going to vote for Biden. And I looked at her and I said, "Who are you going to vote for?" And
Snoopy.
my mom looked at me in my eye and she's like, "I'll vote for that Afro man guy."
Afro man guy.
The Afro man is running for president.
Who was that?
But he's a rapper. He sang that song Because I Got High in the early 2000s, and he's
Oh.
running for president.
Oh, okay.
But keep in mind, like, I'm from California. We
Yeah, I know.
all forget the election with Gary Coleman, Mary Carey, Gallagher ran for governor
Gallagher. Oh my God, I
when
love
they
that.
recalled Gray Davis. Like everybody, we had anybody who could afford to file ran for governor that year. That's
Clint
when
Eastwood, isn't he a mayor somewhere?
I don't
Or
know.
or something. I don't know.
I was shocked to find out that Shaquille O'Neal is a card-carrying police officer in 3 different counties.
Excuse me? What? I didn't say.
His stepfather who raised him was a big influence, and he was a drill sergeant and a police officer.
Oh, nice.
And it really stuck with Shaq. So Shaq, he registers to become a cop or a firefighter wherever he lives.
Oh. He lives in Miami, doesn't he?
He also has a house in Arizona, and that's the only reason I know, because he's an Arizona, not a sheriff, but he's one of those things where,
A deputy?
yes.
Hey,
But
I
he
know
can legally arrest people though.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I thought it was interesting. Like, and if you look it up on YouTube, there's a bunch of stuff with Shaq working with the police.
Oh, that's so cool. That's cool then.
But imagine if you were running and you get
Yeah.
grabbed by someone who's Shaq's side.
Right, Laura? Yes, he does need a cop show now.
Absolutely, Kilroy. That would
That'd
be funny. I appreciate people like Shaq though, because he actually helps out around where he doesn't contribute to the problem. Regardless of what people think about him, he's a good guy.
Same thing with like Taylor Swift. She's a good person too. She gives back a lot.
I work with special needs people, and I always look out for people like that. Like I'm not a Swiftie, I'm not into her music at all, but she
I
does
am.
help out people with
I
special
admit
needs.
it. I am because cause Hannah, it's a good memory with her, and so, and she gives back a lot to these kids, and she helps people get out of debt or take care of their, just she's very humble, which is nice because you don't see it that often. So, yes,
I
Nicole.
grew up.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
No,
I
I'm
grew up
sorry.
around extremely rich people, and so I like it when people are humble like that.
Yeah, my
I
aunt and uncle are well, they're kind of well, we won't get.
there's there's two people I grew up around that you would never know they were yacht club rich because they're just normal people.
Mm-hmm.
They shop at the same stores. I actually see a man that I know is a millionaire. I see him at the Goodwill all the time.
I hear that a lot actually. That people do. I mean, the good ones they shop at, even though they have money, they shop at a regular store.
The guy who picks up our scraps at my job is a retired doctor, and he's just he's an older man, and he doesn't like being at home.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift is somebody where the fans make me shake my head, but I think she's okay.
Thank you, Kilroy. Thank you for not killing me that I'm a Swiftie. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not gonna give away any secrets that anyone doesn't know. Even though I used him in a video, I met Richard Simmons,
Oh, cool.
and he's not like he is on camera that he is in person.
I wouldn't think so.
In a
And
good
let's be
way, a
real,
bad way, or just a different way?
he thought he was Liberace,
Oh God. Ah,
and he was polite. Like, and keep in mind, I work with special needs people, so if you're rude to someone that has special needs, I will judge you forever.
good.
I will be like, no, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I'll change the channel when you turn on.
Mm.
He wasn't rude, but he was almost there. He was rushed.
Oh God.
Like, we were doing him a favor, and he came to our campus.
Well, he disappeared anyway, so it doesn't matter.
And also, those weird Beatle impersonators were rude, but everyone else was really nice. All the fake Elvises are the nicest people on earth.
Yeah. In Las Vegas.
Well, I work at a facility where once a year we have a giant a fundraiser every year, and we get a cover band every year.
Oh, cool.
And as the years go on, like, oh my gosh, what song was that? There was a song that came on the oldies hip hop station today. I almost crashed my car. It was gosh, it's gonna take me a second because I had a moment in the car, and the person probably thought I had the vapors or something.
Probably.
I was like, oh.
I just got that "Cause I Got High" song stuck in my head.
Oh, the who sings the I
The
get
Afro Man.
I get
song.
high? Isn't that what it is? I get high. I can't remember. I think I've heard it.
It's that one. I was in my room, but I got high.
Yes.
He won a Grammy for that.
I mean, it's a catchy tune.
It is a catchy.
I knew someone that voted that year, and we literally influenced that person to vote for Afro Man. So I feel like I helped him get a Grammy. I feel like I was on the Afro Man team that year.
I can't believe that woman. Oh well. So I can't believe that song won a Grammy.
I don't remember what the competition was that year, like what the other nominations were.
What year was that? Do you know?
It had to have been 2001, but let's Alexa, what year did Afro Man win a Grammy for the song Because I Got High?
From buygossip.com. American rapper Afroman is known for his song Because I Got High, which got a 2002 Grammy nomination for Best Rap
2002.
Performance.
So that would have been what the
21.
boy band, wasn't it? The boy
Yeah,
band.
but that also was like the same era that can't believe I'm gonna say this out loud. That song "It's Hard Out Here for a Pimp" won a Grammy.
A
By
what?
3 6 Mafia won a Grammy, and it was the greatest thing to see because when the guy no, they won an Oscar. That's
Oh.
right. When they won an Oscar, the guy put Oscar on a chain.
Oh, okay.
And people were outraged, and I was like, "Good for you, 3 6 Mafia. Good for
I
you."
remember that. I remember that. Those. I think I remember that.
But that was like all around the same. I moved out at a very young age, so I like missed out on a lot of things as far as entertainment because I was gone from '99 on. And I saw movies here and there, but I was living my life.
Right.
What
It was
kind
pretty. Sorry, go ahead.
what kind of stitch are you doing on your straps, Pam? Are you doing like a just a reinforced straight stitch, or what do you? I can't quite see. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, it's the stretch stitch. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
like the full stretch stitch. So
All right.
it basically stitches forward and then stitches back and then stitches forward.
Okay. I could only see that the machine was doing
Yeah, going
something,
back and forth.
but I couldn't see what it was.
Yeah.
Do you know what's funny, Kilroy? Is that I was mad because they beat me to the idea. If I ever won an Oscar, I was gonna do that, and they beat me to the idea.
Of course they did.
So, Pam, do you think I should splurge and get a serger?
Yes.
Yes. We all
I've
said
been-
yes at the same time.
I've been shopping, and last night, I was shopping Amazon, and like, do you know what's so funny? Like, I spend a lot of money for fabric. I spend a lot of money for a lot of things, and I will sit here and debate, like, do I want to spend all this money on a serger? But if you did the math of all the fabric, all the stuff I've spent, I could have bought like 2 or 3 sergers in the past like month or two, you know?
My argument wasn't so much about whether you should get a serger, but just that you invest in one that's worth the money you're spending on it.
Yeah.
I do use things at an industrial scale because I sew almost every day or every other day.
Yeah.
Joy is screaming in the rafters, like, get one already sewing, get one.
Like I've already told you to do it, so just do it, dude.
I'm waffling. I am totally waffling on it because there's no excuse, so I won't give you one.
Waffling, God almighty.
Make your own award and use the idea. Call it singers. You know what's
My
really
son
funny?
wants to show you his cat.
Oh,
Yay! Hold on, let me make the cat.
Oh,
Oh, we love your cat. Yay!
His name is Sir.
I
what
love
a big
that.
fluff ball.
Oh, did you make that scarf?
I did.
I love it. I love it. Aw.
Oh, he's so cute. I have a cat close to that. His name is Ridley.
What a sweetheart.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, you're mean to your cat now. Oh my goodness.
I love
That- That reminds me, do you know, I love working with that fluffy material, but that stuff is everywhere in my house.
Kind of like glitter in it.
Oh, I learned a lesson. Next time I cut it, I'm going to leave it in one room. I'm going to put plastic up. I made a mess.
Maybe you need to put like an extractor fan in your workroom.
You know, it's really funny. You would say that in my kitchen, I have a restaurant style hood above my my oven. But I wouldn't want to clog my hood though, because that would clog, and then fluff would be flying out my roof. That would be
Well,
even worse.
they make ones for workrooms though that are a little, more heavy duty and have the right filtration and stuff.
That's not a bad idea, Waternay. I like that. We're ow!
Oh,
Solutions
I
today.
heard that.
I
It's
heard
okay.
that.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's not a project
Or-
if you're not bleeding on it.
So I have a brilliant idea for you, Godless.
Uh-oh.
You know that money that you want to spend on the machine that shall not be named? You could put that towards a good serger.
Or you could buy me a dog.
What was that?
Or he could buy me a dog.
That
One
is
more-
true.
Oh, buy a dog. Oh, okay.
That is true because
I'm kidding.
they are around the same price, and
They
one
probably are.
oh, dogs are so expensive here, but
Especially those. Oh my god. Even here they're expensive.
the gray singers though they're at a different price at every store. Every store has a different price.
Aren't they like $289? The gray singers.
They are, but sometimes my Walmart they'll have them for like 189, 170. But all of this started because every show I watch that has to do with sewing has one of those gray singers. And the show that I constantly forget that's in Canada, it's called So Fierce. And they have the brand new versions of the gray singers and they look fancy.
I thought
But-
about getting one of those gray singers, but then instead I got the cobbler machine.
Every single person who has ever had one has been like, don't buy. There was a young lady who got famous for making scrunchies on YouTube. And if you look, she sits at her desk, and if you look at her desk, as the years went on, she would keep buying them. So like if you watch her videos, I think she's up to like 3 or 4.
Oh no.
Because
See,
she
now
burns
that,
them out.
that does not speak well to the build quality and longevity of that machine.
But I think she's sponsored, so she's stuck. I think but she like lines them up. And I know she's sponsored because she has like real singer commercials and she was on their website. I looked at it, pure jealousy. But she has to use these machines because singers like, please use our machine,
Well, then she should get a different kind of singer instead of the same kind.
And
Yeah.
I guarantee you, like the ones that are on television, they are the top of the line of that year.
Yeah, but for that machine, that's not quite the same thing as a sturdier machine by the same company. I feel like I should be doing some soft shoe or something. Want to play patty cake, Sydney? They're
Yes, let's
sewing
do
right
that.
now.
You know what? It's because I'm muted. I made a total mistake and I have to fix
Yes.
it now.
He put us on the spot now. Come up with something.
What's that one they do in the grade school? Oh, I never.
What? Patty cake,
Little
patty
baby.
cake. Oh
You
God! What is
Here
it?
we go.
Oh.
So this isn't an intervention before you guys play patty cake. So I shouldn't buy the gray singer, huh? And just buy a serger instead.
Correct. I would argue that no matter what you do with the second part of that question, you should not do the first part of that question.
Ever, right? With the Eva, without the ER at the end, the Eva. No, I agree. It's all because I have singers going back to like over 150 years,
Well, Singer makes some very good machines, but
They used to.
but the thing is, for a sewing machine, it's very much for the new ones, you kind of have to invest some money to get something that's well built these days.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just looking for a seam ripper.
Oh no, I hate seam ripping. Having to undo something I just did, that's the worst part of sewing. And then, of course, the stitches are all in there and you're
There we
trying not to
go.
rip your fabric. Oh, it's an exercise.
You know what?
in
My
frustration.
Spidey sense was going off, and I ignored it. And you know what? I made a mistake, so now I gotta fix it.
Uh-oh.
Ah,
I'm glad it
These
was.
pants. Do you know what's really funny? I told my mom, I was like, I'm gonna make overalls. She's like, this is gonna take forever. She told me, she's like, if you feel anxiety, just make pants. Just make pants. And yes, that's how my mom talks. She was like, just make pants.
Oh.
So I'm at the pants part.
Oh.
And if you're watching, I'm gonna keep going.
I mean, it's not like you can't set them aside and come back to them the next day or something if you're feeling anxiety.
Oh no, I do that big time. Do you know what it is? Is just today was a busy day, and usually I have time. Like I consider it cheating, but when I do a live stream, I'll line everything. I have everything ready to go, so it appears like, oh, you've got this finished project, but really, like, oh, you're just prepared.
Oh, we can see you, Sydney.
Oh, wait, maybe. Oh. What did I do?
Oh,
Now we're
right.
hiding.
There we go.
We've been blindfolded.
Hey, Sydney.
I don't like showing myself, but my cat was like insisting. I've got to try to get my iPad just right though.
Okay.
This. Oh, well, she left. Never mind. I was going to show you skits, but she left. So she's like, no, I'm going to my spot. So hello. I never usually do this, so you better be glad because I don't like showing my face.
Oh, we
Oh,
like seeing your
hello.
face. We love
Yeah.
seeing your face, Sydney. You'll just keep using the sewing machine for everything anyway, so just say screw it. Screw the serger and buy the Gray Singer. So Kilroy is
No.
on my left shoulder, and Waternays.
No, if you're there are so many machines that you could buy for that $300. Think of the machines you could get for $300.
Joy, ripping out a buttonhole would be torture. Oh, just thinking about that makes me want to scream. That would be like, I quit for the day. I'll come back when I'm in a better space. Oh, that's
Yeah, I've done
funny.
that plenty of times, ripping out a buttonhole. Oh my goodness.
Ugh.
Don't recommend it.
Yeah. That's why I keep an eye on my machine, because like with this baby lock, when the spool of thread is on the machine, it works perfect. But because I have my Dritz holder, because I have so much, so much thread, if it's not lined up perfectly, it's just asking for a disaster.
All right.
Yay. It is good to see you talking. Awesome.
So
Button holder.
Sydney, did you make that wall hanging behind you?
This was Hannah's.
Oh.
She had it. She had before she died. She got it.
That
Mhm.
macrame?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know where she got it or anything, but it was on Hannah's wall.
Okay.
So, my ex-husband got a lot of her things, and I only got a couple things of hers, and so I got that and a blanket and a sweater, and he got everything else, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that
Yeah,
was
exactly.
No,
I need my brother-in-law to get me new glasses myself.
Successfully operate a serger after a few months. You know, you guys have talked me into. I pulled out my serger and I'm like, I'm gonna rethread it and start working with it again. But it is a hodgepodge.
well, sergers aren't that hard to thread. You just have to figure it out.
You know what's so funny? That's what the book I bought, it's like they wrote that book for people like me. They're like, look, if you're reading this, you hate sergers. And it's a total motivational serger book. It makes me laugh because they're like, you can do this. And I'm like, wow, this book is actually getting me hyped up.
Well, the standard machines, they have a stitch that almost looks like a serging stitch. It's like an overlock stitch.
This is true.
Exactly. Yes.
Come here.
Okay.
I actually used it on a sweater I was fixing pockets on for my brother. Because he had 2 pockets in his sweatshirt and they were like not big enough. And so he wanted them connected in the middle so that he could put his phone in his pocket, but then
Okay.
he could reach it with that whatever pocket, because it's a zippered pocket. And so he wanted me to add a piece of fabric in the center so that basically he could stick his hands in his pockets and touch his hands together type thing, you know?
Yeah.
But
That
I
makes
did
sense.
that.
I like what Kilroy's saying. Here in the House of Sewing, we use machines until they explode. Like my singer Brilliance. It literally looked at me and was like, I'm done, boss. And a puff of smoke came out and was like, I'm done forever. I can say I successfully killed a singer Brilliance. They come with pictures on the machines, color coded, easy peasy. I know I'm being a whiny baby when it comes to it, but the truth is I just have not had success with a serger. It's me, it's not the serger. We're dating, but it's me. I'm willing to admit that I'm the problem in this relationship.
Well, is it you haven't had success because you have tried fixing ones and mashing them together, so you haven't actually had a real one?
Exactly. No, I
That's
agree
the
with you
problem.
1,000%, Pam. 1,000%. Because I guarantee you, I'm gonna get a new one and fire it right up. This is the Fraken Surger. The Fraken. Do you know why? It's because the Fraken Surger got popular, and so I have like loyalty to a machine. Because people were like, oh, and I got it to work for my video. And that's a sewing machine trick that a lot of people don't talk about. Like on sewing machine refurbishing channels, they'll get it to work for the film while they're making it, you know, whether they ever use it again. And I'm not kidding you. I've given sewing machines away, especially like if someone's like, oh, I don't have a sewing machine. I'm like, I do. Here's this Kenmore I fixed. You can have it. Wow, that was delayed sent in a bit ago.
Happens all the time.
I do that too though while I'm watching streams. I'll be watching something and not realize I'm 15 minutes behind.
I stay behind. Are you kidding? I stay lost. I'm like when I go to TGR or my group, my little group, and I'm like they're discussing, they're talking about something. I'm like, my brain hurts. What? But it's fun.
I know what you're saying. There are certain things I watch where I'm like, wow, I wish I knew what they were talking about on that.
I know. But I love those people. They're great to me. So I have a little heart for them.
Well, let me get my voice. Private Sewing, you will get the freaking surgery going and buy the gray singer, or you will have to clean the road with a toothbrush.
Excuse me. This is Commandant polished and assembled. Delay that.
Ooh, we all need uniforms. I could totally see you in a giant with an admiral's coat.
Oh, all right.
That's the one thing anime got right, is they draw these people with these dramatic coats.
Oh.
My first cape, I was trying to copy this cartoon that Isaiah used to watch on Netflix. It was called Harlock. This was like 10 years ago. I was like, I'm gonna make that cape, but really it's just the big part around the front. So I'm going to revisit Harlock's cape and make another one.
I have a big 90s overcoat, and because this was the 90s, and so it was appropriate. And I was in the UK, and the sun came out for like 5 minutes, and so I was hot in my wool lined overcoat, and so we were at Westminster Abbey. So I stepped over to the side of the pathway and I took my coat off. And right, when you're like the coat's all around and your arms are trapped behind you and everything, this gust of wind hit. and it caught my coat like a sail.
Uh-oh.
Blew me backwards, and they had this little railing thing to keep people off the grass, and because I was stumbling backwards, I tripped over the railing. I ended up on the lawn in front of Westminster Abbey with all the people who were there. My feet like literally flew up in the air. I had grass stains on my pants. I was so
Oh, no.
embarrassed. I was
And
so
you're
Oh, no.
you're on the CCTV greatest hits, I bet.
probably.
The all the royal whatever, they're watching that. You're in a training video. Like, if you see this, do not react. Oh, that's funny. That is so funny. Oh, I did it again.
No.
It's because these are loose. That's okay. It's only a little bit.
But he's also not paying attention. He's talking and doing it at the same time, so he's not.
Oh, did you sew
concentrating.
part of the pants in your seam?
Yes, in my pocket, to the pocket seam, because it's always the details. Like, I can.
Well, at least you weren't searching it.
Because that's
Then
like,
you would have cut a big hole in it.
yeah, that's the only way to get it out.
That would have been time for some sashiko.
Well, if you were serging it, the knife on the serger would have cut it right down the thing.
Yeah.
True. So it does make a hole. That's right.
You would have
Yeah.
had to put a patch on it.
Oh,
I
these
may
all
or
for patches, though, right?
Oh, I'm upset. You know what's so funny? I like go looking. I need to buy another vest because I bought all these patches. So I need to.
No, you need to make a vest.
That is true, and I still have a ton of denim. Do you know what's really funny? I now have a Pam in my head where I'm like, I should go buy this, and then there's a little Pam that says, "You already have the denim. Go make it. Go make it."
Exactly.
Because ever since you told me that about my vest, I haven't purchased another one because I do. I have miles of this stuff. Like, I have miles because they're so happy when I guarantee you no one buys this denim. So they were like, we'll give you as much as you want plus more.
I really, really like that denim.
Plus, like, let's be real, they give this to me like for $3 or $4 a yard. So I go crazy. I go like, if I'm walking into a place and I say I want 8 yards, I have officially lost my brain. My brain. But their prices are so unreal compared to my hometown. Do you think that we pay, like, if you go to a fabric store, you're paying more because you're paying the middle person prices?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also, you know, there's the shops in the garment district. If they're buying things, they can have the ability to buy in bulk and stuff like that. Although some of the chains have good buying power, but
like, I saw the same fabric, and I'll admit it, I paid $14 a yard for a certain fabric that I'm embarrassed that may or may not be right there. That's why that coat, that's probably the most expensive coat in this room.
I like it though. That came out well.
It's cute though.
I love the yellow, but I found the same material, wool, fake wool, and everything for like $2 or $3 a yard downtown.
Well, you lost me at the fake part though.
I don't think it's fake. No, that is real because that came from Joann's.
I
You think all the stuff at Joann's is real?
No, but this but I paid. You know what? I hope it's real.
Oh, you didn't look at the bolt?
You know, I pay with my credit card, and I pay at the end of the month. I like seeing the pain of what I did to myself at the end of the month. So I just point and I'm like, I want that, please.
Oh, but you didn't look to see the fiber content when you were buying it? Oh, sorry.
No, I'm giving you a hard time. I'm a semi-compulsive shopper, so I like walk up to it, I feel it, and I'm like, what in my brain? I'm like, what can I make with this? You know, like, what is this beautiful material going to turn into? You would laugh if you saw me downtown. Like, I'm like walking around like, this is so awesome. Like I walk in the stores and I'm so overwhelmed.
I mean, isn't that what all good crafters do? They see something and their brain starts going and they're like, oh, I could make a this. I could make a that.
Yeah, that's
It's
what
like-
happened at the thrift store today.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, what'd you get? What'd you get? Did I miss it?
No, because I haven't shown it. It's still sitting in the back of my van because my kids don't know I went thrifting.
Oh, okay.
You know what's so funny, Pam? I do that from my son because my son shames me. So I hide a ton of stuff from him. He's like, you bought more fabric? I'm like, I just bought you new shoes the other day. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You have a million games on your Oculus. Let me have a habit. Fiber content. This is sewing, not. It still weirds me out how in the state of California they put the calories and everything next to all the food. I don't want to know that my caloric intake is in the hundreds of thousands. Okay, get away from. I don't want to. I just want to eat a burger with onion rings and be in peace. Oh, did he do it without sewing it to the pants? We're about to find out right now. And I want everyone to know for as much.
Pockets, and if he'd sewn the pockets on before he sewed the legs together, he wouldn't be having to deal with this issue.
Do you know what's really funny is that none of this was planned. Usually I'm really organized, and I got better with my jackets because whenever I'd make my jackets, I would always put the pockets on first. But it's been a long time since I've made overalls. But that's the whole point. Like I fell into a hole, the Mimi G hole of making the same pattern over and over. So I got rusty. Oh,
Yeah,
these
that's
are-
my only problem with your Mimi G addiction. Like, you know, if you want to make 50 coats, go for it. But I think you're missing on the fun of trying new patterns and things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know,
And then we're gonna get the great snowstorm of Los Angeles, and I'm gonna be out there with all my parkas on, with all my layers.
well, I'm
I
not
want to
saying
see.
you should-
I want to see that.
I'm not saying you shouldn't have made all the coats. I'm just saying that you could have used different coat patterns and branched out a bit. But you know, just more for your own enjoyment. That's not like a criticism of your coats.
I bought a new coat pattern. I did purchase a new coat pattern recently. But I think I've purchased every single Simplicity pattern that has a man on the cover that I want to wear. That I like, because you know, I go to Pam, at your like Walmart, do they have the shelves with all the patterns in it?
Yeah.
I go through that at because my Walmart is cheaper than Joann's. Because Joann has my local Joann's, they have every pattern you could possibly think of, but I paid over $20 for that Mimi G pattern.
Well, you certainly got your money's worth.
Well, then you have to go when they have their $1.99 sale. for
True.
their
Totally.
simplicity patterns.
This was when I was a rookie, and like I knew the overall pattern was $25, and I know that because I purchased $70 worth of fabric, and I was like, okay, this is what it's got to be like $10. I get to the register, they're like, it's 97 total, and I'm like, gosh, that pattern was expensive.
Ugh.
So my pants have come out perfect. Got my
Nice,
giant
nice.
pockets. So
Excellent.
now it's stage 2. Let me get my table out.
You can put a
If I don't
baguette
finish-
and a
I
box
don't
of
think
bran
I've
flakes
ever
in
paid
there.
full price for a pattern at Joann's.
Yeah.
I need to go on their sale day. I figured out Hobby Lobby, but I really don't go in there anymore because I
Well,
discovered
Hobby
downtown.
Lobby doesn't do pattern sales anymore.
They don't.
No, they don't.
Does Hobby Lobby do anything?
They ever since that
They have
incident.
sales on different
Oh,
things
with
every
the-
once in a while,
oh.
but they don't have sales on patterns anymore.
The one thing I like about Hobby Lobby is they put all their fabric on sale every other week.
True.
I
If
would
you-
go. crazy over there.
If you sign up with Joanne, they'll send you coupons.
That's true too.
That's not a bad idea. No, I'm a shop around kind of guy, so I'm willing to. Do you know I went to Walmart because I knew their fuzzy material would be cheaper than downtown. So there's the one thing where downtown wasn't cheaper.
I'm
But
surprised.
also, a lot of it is they are hoping you don't know what you're talking about, and you're just there because a lot of people go there. They're like, I need to make drapes. So they go to downtown because they know they can get a ton of fabric with all the fittings, everything cheaper than going to the store.
Okay.
You know,
Hobby Lobby almost didn't they almost go bankrupt because of what happened
twice.
twice?
Yeah.
They have the same
Excuse me.
beliefs as Chick-fil-A, don't they?
They do, and I always say, I've never been in a Chick-fil-A, but ever since that lady prayed over me in a Hobby Lobby, and let's be real, I'm not a hater on anybody. She made me
No.
feel uncomfortable. She made
Yeah,
me,
I don't like that either.
like I don't care what you do, who you are. I like
Just-
to listen to my music really loud and sing with the windows rolled up. I don't
Right.
judge anybody.
Right? I know. When my oldest was trying to figure what religion she wanted to do, because I let them choose what they want to do, and my cat is tearing up my. Anyway, she got baptized, even though it was so uncomfortable. I went in that church, and my chest was like tingly. It's like, get out. You have to get out of this church.
What one did she join?
She didn't. She did for a little bit, not very long. It
Which
was like
one?
it's in Atlanta, north of Atlanta. It was one of those churches that you can be. I forgot what they are.
Unitarian?
A what?
Unitarian?
I'm not sure what that is.
It's all denominations.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Thank you. You know, the ones that sing to you and do all that kind of thing, the Southern stuff.
Oh,
Yeah. And so, but she didn't stay there very long. She's totally Jewish now. So it's just one of those things. She was trying to figure out who she was. Thing. And so, yeah. But right now we don't
Gilroy.
know. Gilroy.
My son just recently went through a phase, and I'm so glad that my mom was around when I sent him to church with my mother.
When I was little, my mom thought, oh, well, I should expose her to some different religion and, just kind of see what's what. But I was quite little. And so it just happened to be the church that she went to was having communion day.
Oh.
And so in my little child voice, I was very excited and I shout out, ooh, a snack.
Oh, the little wafer thing? They put in
Yeah.
your mouth?
I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, they're giving us nibbles. This is great.
I was jealous I never got one, I was like, damn, I want one of those.
They have no taste.
My
They have
mom was like, hell no.
as someone who grew up Roman Catholic, they have no taste, and you can order them on Amazon right now. Any denomination, because apparently each denomination has different wafers. I didn't know this until I got on
I
Amazon
didn't know that.
board. I found that somebody a long time ago. I used to watch their stream, and they ordered some on Amazon. So I went on Amazon. They have one for every religion, different wafers. They're different sizes, really, because the Catholics
never knew
have
that.
bigger. The Catholics, they have the big coin ones.
The church.
Well, the
I went to
LDS
later-
church, they just use bread and they break the bread in little pieces.
Wow.
So they sit up there and they tear the bread pieces and put it in the little thing. And then they have little water cups that they fill, that they have pre-filled. And then they do a blessing over it and pass out the bread first, and then they do the water.
It's almost like
It's an
what we
LDS
do-
religion.
yeah, it's almost like doing a on Friday shoot. It just flew out of my brain on Friday nights. Shabbat. It's almost the same thing like that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But they do it like every week.
Yeah,
So it's like a weekly thing every Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Well, ours is
Except
on
for unless it's state conference or ward conference, they don't.
Right.
But and then on Fast Sundays is the first Sunday of every month where individuals get up and bear their testimony.
We don't do that. We just.
I'm no longer active, but
Oh.
I was born and raised for 45 years. But well, I'm 45. I haven't been to church since 2020.
Awesome. I haven't been to church. Well, I hadn't gone for 20 something years. Then my father passed away and I was like, okay, I can go to church. But I haven't stepped in the church basically once in my church since 1998.
Wow.
But in the Catholic Church, when you're confirmed, you're considered an adult, so it's up to you to go to church. And the day I was confirmed, I'm like, peace out, guys.
What age was that? 13 also? Like ours?
Well, I went through public school, so I was confirmed at 17 years old.
Oh, okay.
When you go through Catholic school, you get confirmed like in the second or third grade.
Oh. Ours is 13 or 14, I think. I never had one, but
the LDS Church, you get baptized and confirmed a member of the church at age 8.
Wow. I am not a practicing Roman Catholic and have not been for a very long time. You know, I went through a really angry phase, and I'm just not mad at religion. I just don't trust the people behind it. And it's not even a nefarious thing. It's just, you know, when you involve humans in power, it's just nothing good comes from that. 7 is the age of reason in Catholicism. I went through public school, and so although I was really connected with the church, we did everything after school or on the weekends.
So, T.S., are you gonna put any patches on your overalls?
I'm thinking. I forgot that I bought that giant shiny. I'm in this really weird sequin love era right now. So I'm thinking about putting that red screamy skull on there. But I've also acquired these beautiful patches, so I really want to use this, but I'm thinking about putting this on a cape.
I feel like there's not room.
I like that
on your overalls for that one.
We need to find you a glittery gold ribbon put on your patch somewhere.
It's funny you'd say that. I'm gonna put that on my list because this store, they sell gold, they sell sequin everything.
Oh,
and
really?
the lady asked me,
she's like,
you keep on coming back to my store, and I told her to her face, I was like, you do artwork, and she sells these cheap. I think she makes these by hand.
Wow.
Maybe there's a ribbon or something, gold ribbon. You can have it on your thing.
Definitely. I will because I definitely will. Even this ribbon right here, she makes them and then sells them individually.
Wow.
Oh yeah,
that's awesome.
I'm impressed by
me too.
And she has this tiny little kiosk, and I don't want to ask her how much money she pays for rent, but I just find it weird how high of a price that these people pay for rent, but they can afford to sell me patches at wholesale prices or fabric. Could you imagine buying fabric at 99 cents a yard?
Wow.
Maybe they do a big a booming business with.
Maybe they get enough from it, they rather have it low than too high because they won't sell anything, I guess.
Yeah,
I-
like
I don't know.
small manufacturers or
Yeah.
something like that. They buy enough.
Right.
Like the guy I go to, I am so nosy, but I honestly don't want to know the answer, because if he tells me I sleep in the back, I'm gonna start crying. But like, I don't know how he's there every day. He has just this giant room of fabric, but he is that building I go to all the time. It's part of an old sweatshop. So part of me thinks that like he just got all that fab. I don't know. And there's a store next door, but I never go there because I frequent this guy because they have the same stuff.
Well, maybe you should check out that other store just to see what it is.
Mhm.
True. I gave it a peek, but like the same stuff he had in front, he had the same prints. And like all those prints I show in my shorts, I will slowly buy every single one of them. Like this weekend, I'm going back for that black print with the rainbow stars. And I don't care what anyone says, I'm gonna make a hoodie out of that. Because I was driving in the car, I'm like, that would make a great sweater, you know?
Yeah, you see something and you stew over it, and it's like, man, I should have gotten that.
You know what it is because I go back and watch my shorts, and then I'm like, I hope he still has that fabric. I guarantee you he'll still have the fabric when I get there. That Santee Alley stuff, like, excuse me, I've purchased almost the whole roll, and he should have sold it to me that day, because now whenever I buy it, it's in my favor and I'm almost done with the whole roll.
And you got it for a lot less than what you would have paid for it originally.
Exactly. And now that that one day where I walked across the street and that really, really, really rude guy told me those rolls start at 150. Now that I think about it, that's kind of affordable. But first off, the rolls are heavy. Like 40, okay, what I saw was 46 yards. I could lift up, but I almost put my back out. Let's just put it that way. They're heavy, you know. Kilroy thinks they're fronts. They're fronts. They're probably running drugs or TVs out of the back. Have you seen the prices at Walmart? TVs are like 70-inch TVs are like $200.
Really?
Wow.
I haven't been to Walmart in so long. I couldn't tell you.
I unfortunately live within like, if I walked to the end of my cul-de-sac and looked up, I could see the light from the Walmart on the other side of the hill. I live in a really weird junction, so there's a lot of convenience near my house.
Oh,
Mm.
nice. That's nice. Because
It's like-
here, it's not that way.
Kilroy, you totally have me thinking now, though. I really wonder how these people can afford. Because that one guy who was really nice that sold me the real lining to, like real coat lining, he told me, he's like, I pay $6,000 a month for rent.
Ooh. Wow.
And he's selling me fabric at $2 a yard. And he says, I'll give you a deal for $2 a yard. And I'm like, how do you pay your rent? How?
Like Kilroy said, drugs. No, I don't know. We're in the wrong business somewhere.
Downtown is very fascinating. And like even with the patch shop, I was in there and like, human beings, we are so funny because we walk into places and we're like Clydesdales.
Mhm.
We're literally like this, And Isaiah they give you a basket because they know if you're walking in there, you're gonna go crazy. And so we're walking around with a basket and I'm just hucking stuff in the basket. And I look up and I'm like, I am such a lemming. All of their equipment is above my head because it's on the second story. So they make everything there, everything. I saw machines that I wish I had. Because they have those patch machines that make those carpet patches. And I don't know if using that material is cheaper, it's let me see if I have an example that's not too nefarious.
Dave does showed a machine that made one of those, like an antique version.
Keep in mind, YouTube, this is a patch, but this is carpet.
That's carpet?
It feels like carpet. It has like a yarny feeling to it.
Kind of like
Wow.
Berber or something?
Oh, It's like the rug yarn type stuff.
Yes.
Oh,
And these patches are cheaper because they're probably like super cheap to make. Let me see if I have a shoe in here somewhere. I took off of a really cool jacket I purchased here. I took this 5 off, but it's like I call it carpet because I don't know what to call it.
oh, that's cool.
There's
I like that.
let me pull up the machine. Dave did a video on an old Singer Industrial that does that kind of stitching.
And they make these. I have never seen these. I know people
It's
work
like
with these.
looped embroidery, so it just leaves the loops.
Yeah.
I was so impressed when I saw the machine, and they make these up there too. This is a patch. Like this is actual material that you could sew.
Oh,
I'm
that's
just
interesting.
fully impressed with these guys. But this is
Wow.
all just these are all machine made. You know. And of course, I had to do I watched too much Pride and Prejudice one. I watched way too
Is
much
that
Beat
like
Me.
kind of like a printed patch, or is it like actual embroidered patch?
This is printed on a sheet.
Okay.
But this is actually it feels like cloth though. It's the weirdest
Yeah.
thing.
It's like it's cloth, but it's like printed on fabric paper type stuff.
And these
Like
they're
an
not that
SVG.
expensive.
Wow.
I was
That's
so
not
shocked. Sorry.
The flowers are interesting.
I started falling in love with these prints. That's why with my one vest, I started sewing flowers. But I had to slow down because I kept on buying flowers, and I'm like, I'm gonna cover this thing in flowers, and you're gonna forget what it's about, you know. But when I looked up there, do you know I want to become really good friends with them because I want to be like, hey, can I take a look at your machines?
They'll probably let you too.
Yeah.
You never know. I am the king
don't.
of like closed mouths don't get fed. I will ask a dumb question. I will.
You can ask my aunt and uncle a dumb question because they have more money than they know what to do with. I mean,
I've always there's different types of people. Like I've known lots of people that have money. There's the philanthropic type, but I know a man who drives a Prius, has a ponytail, and like I know for a fact he has a lot of money, and I see him at the dispensary all the time.
yeah. My aunt and uncle, I think part of it because Hannah died, because my aunt and uncle were paying for my kids to go to school, to college, and Alabama's not University of Alabama is not cheap, and so anyway, I guess because everything I've been through with Hannah, and then a year later I got a divorce, and then that manager I was telling you about said that I was too slow at a job, that I was
Oh
there
my
for
gosh.
6 months. I was there for 6 months, and he said I was too slow. Anyway, which is a big no-no because I have a disability. I could have sued him, but I didn't because that's I was being I don't do that. Anyway, so they're paying me to stay home because I guess I had enough. enough. So yeah. but they're judgmental too, though. I have to say they are judgmental. My uncle is not, but my aunt is to a point. I mean, if I was like not part of her world, she probably would care. She was one of those that could care less type things,
How's it going, Lucifer? Almighty.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Lucifer.
You know, it's funny. I have I come from extremely snooty people, so I know what you're saying. Like there's the
But
people who are presentable and are nice, and I have an aunt and uncle who think they're better than everybody else, and they're not scared to tell you.
so yeah, my aunt is my uncle are both humble, but I'm sorry to say this, but I'm going to say it, asses at the same time. So hey,
Would you say they're passive aggressive?
probably, but they'll help you though too though. They're just one of these people. Yeah, it's complicated. Because they're very religious. Well, to a certain extent, they're not like the Orthodox Jews or anything like that. Those are weird people. The
I grew up,
Orthodox Jews, oh no.
there's people in my family that are still extremely religious, and they use it as an excuse to discriminate.
Yeah,
And I think that's part of the problem.
yeah. And so they're conservative. So they have the two kitchens and the two everything, two of this, two of that.
Oh wow.
Because they keep kosher. And so and they just bought another house in Florida because she wanted to play golf. Does that tell you something? In Naples, Florida. And apparently it looks like a castle. I don't know. At least I have somewhere to go, but apparently it's one of these expensive places. So they have a lot of money. I have to say they're multimillionaires. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. But yeah,
We're gonna do this.
Sorry.
Stop.
Okay.
it's
Sorry.
all your fault. Blame Skits if he hears this. We can blame Skip for that.
Okay.
I
made a
always blame him.
mistake. It's not Dave does, it's Derek does. And I'm trying to find the particular machine that does that looped embroidery. Let's see. Chain stitch. It might be this one with the chain stitch embroidery. But if not, it's one of the other ones on his channel, and I'm sure that you can find it. So I will put a link. Let's see. Copy link. It's
I'm not
hard
a very
when.
good mod.
What was that?
I said I'm never a very good mod. People are like, when I in some chat, mods, you need to do this. I'm like, no. I don't know how.
I rarely get put in situations where I need like mods to go too crazy. I have a few
Right.
trolls, but honestly,
Everybody has one.
I think it's one person who just can't leave me alone.
We know who that is, I think.
I think it's just, but they come from that crowd, but I think it's just one person who has a bunch of stock accounts and nothing but time on their hands. But most
they need to leave you alone though.
Oh, here we
As long as they don't go into your IRL, with your son. The only reason I say about my kids because they're grown. One of mine's 25, and Nicole,
sorry, I was doxxed in real life and nothing's happened, so I'm just gonna kind of chalk it up as like
No.
things happen.
I don't need to know anybody's real name. I tell people except for Lucifer or somebody that's personal to me. But if like in TGR, they have different names. I'm like, I don't need to know what your name is. I don't need to know this. Unless you tell me, I don't want to know. Please. The less I know, the better.
You don't think it says polished and assembled on my birth certificate?
Okay,
yes.
So really quickly, I'm trying to remember what I used as a template for my bibby. I think I used my old San Cisco, which I happen to have right here. I usually use these as my template.
Okay.
I went off a little bit on these. These are like my favorite. I made every patch on here. It
I
took
really
me.
like that.
I
It
really
took
like
me
that too.
over a year. I worked on this. Is
Oh
during
wow.
2020. I was just nervous at home making patches and sewing.
Oh nice. But it's interesting though how it
Mhm.
turned out,
Yeah. Artistic.
2020 was a weird year. Let me tell you. Well,
Okay, so I don't know if this is a sewing failure. I made a video with this. I love this. I don't know if this counts as overalls, but this is sleeveless. I love this. And I got this print. I got this print at at a thrift store. This is where I get all those weird patterns. It was on a roll of like 9 yards.
stop that. That's contagious.
I went crazy. I made hammer pants. This was probably like one of my really only real thrift store finds of like I completely scored at the thrift store as far as fabric. But I'm
Yeah.
proud of this because it's not that I didn't know what I was doing, but my sewing style has changed and I really came through on this one.
Yeah.
Just
I
like
like
a shirt, isn't
Thank
it?
you.
Like a sleeveless.
it's
type shirt?
it's overalls, but with
Oh, it
sleeveless
is? Oh, I didn't
overalls,
see the
like a
pants.
jumpsuit.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that
No,
it
it's
had
okay.
legs.
I'd watched Grease too many times, so anytime I cut sleeves off of overalls or off of my overalls, I call them
Oh, Grease Lightning.
yeah. Oh, sorry, my coverall. Whenever I cut the sleeves off of my coveralls, I call it Grease Lightning.
Right.
I saw an interesting video talking about the different versions of grease and how it started and how it was changed and sanitized for certain versions. And
There's nothing. I mean, I hate that she passed away, but she was a great Sandy, though.
Olivia,
Olivia, yeah, she was great. I like her a lot.
yeah.
Now I just have beauty school dropout stuck in my head.
With the pink, she had pink hair and the angels, and wasn't it angels or something?
Do you
They
know
were
what's-
spinning, they were flying and stuff.
Yeah.
Who was
So
the guy?
Travolta? Thank you, Joy. Thank you. So Travolta.
Who was the guy? I'm sorry.
I'm obsessed. I was obsessed with Grace as a child. I loved that movie. And you know what's funny? When I first came online, I used to tell people would ask me, like, oh, have you ever gone to college? And I would jokingly say I was a beauty school dropout. And I forgot of the age differences. And there are people walking around still to this day that think I'm a beauty school dropout.
Who was the guy that sang that? I don't
Frankie
remember.
Avalon.
I was
Oh,
about to say that was
oh.
Frankie the
Oh,
Man Avalon.
Everyone's
Okay.
frozen.
You're not. Can you hear me?
No. Yes, I can hear you. I can.
We were all frozen.
Oh,
Oh.
it might. It just might be for a second. That's the internet's funny that way.
So Frankie Avalon, is he the one who sang Beauty School Dropout?
I think so.
Alexa,
Who
who sings
now that
Beauty
you
School
said that,
Dropout in Greece?
From Chozic.com. Beauty School Dropout from Greece is an easy listening song by Frankie Avalon, released
right.
on April 4th, 1978 in the album Greece.
Alexa,
1978.
thank you.
1978.
Doing the job. Hope you had a good Wednesday.
Thank you for
I
that,
was
Dr. Queen.
4.
I
I
thought
was
the album
4.
came out earlier than that.
I did too.
Because I
thought
had
it was- when did it come?
Alexa, what year was Beauty School Dropout released?
I don't have an answer for that.
Oh. When was a Grease released?
Alexa, what year did the movie Grease come out?
The film Grease was released on June 16th, 1978.
Really?
that
I
doesn't
thought it was a
sound
lot
right.
earlier than that.
Yeah, because I guess.
Well, Google doesn't lie, so
I guess
no,
maybe
but
it was the year
Alexa,
after.
sorry, the A word is wrong sometimes. because they're only going off the information of us. So
But
sometimes
when it like I thought it was like in 76 or something. Maybe that's when they started it. I don't know.
I'm just going by the people I knew, and then I guess it was in 1979 that we moved. And so my friend, well,
Are we the same age?
I'm a couple years older than you are.
Okay.
I'm mumble years old. It's just I don't align. I
I'm
don't
almost
align.
50.
Yeah, same.
Pam and I would have gone to high school together.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Pam and I we're around the same age.
What year did you graduate, Jess?
In 2000.
Oh my
I
God.
graduated in
I was
97.
born.
Yeah, we would have went to high school together.
Barely.
That's when
We
Hannah
would've-
was born.
But the second you said your age is like there's someone at the end of my block that I went to high school with that's the exact same age as you are.
Yeah, I would have been you probably would have been a sophomore when I was a senior.
Yeah.
I graduated
Oh, my
now
in
husband, he
88.
graduated in 2000.
That was a great year. That was a great
was a good
year.
No,
I
was it
graduated
2000 he
and Hannah was
graduated in,
born.
or 99? It was
What's
either
that?
99 or 2000 that he graduated. But my son was born in 2000.
So was my daughter. My the one who passed away. She was in 2000. What year? I mean, what month?
September.
Well, hers was August.
He
So
just
they're
turned
not far.
23.
She was August 1st, 2000.
Oh,
She
Mark
died
Short
when
and
she
I would
was-
have went to high school too. That was the year I started high school. You know what's so funny? I never say my real age, but I love Pam, so I'll tell everyone. Everyone now knows my real age.
I know your real age, I think.
It was a weird. It's one of those things where I just never said it and I just continued not saying it.
You don't look your age, probably.
No, thank you. I shaved today, so I really don't. But I love it when people are like, "You're how old?" And I'm like, "That's right. That's right."
That's right. Yeah, I get like, are you really going to be 50? I'm like, yeah.
I probably don't look my age either, so.
Not at all.
Hey, we picked our parents well then.
I don't align with my
Although I
mental
do have a
concept
couple of
of
gray
age.
hairs.
So do I though. But just like Waternay was saying, like I
It's a
don't
number.
I don't feel my age.
I feel older than my age.
You know, it's so funny you would say that, Pam. When like I didn't start growing facial hair until the pandemic.
Really?
I'd always shaved. And then one day I was like, why am I shaving? I've been at home for 5 months. Like, what am I doing? And that's when I discovered that my face is gray.
Actually, I think I seen one of your when you were at a gym or something, you had the facial hair, didn't you?
Yeah.
In one of yours, if I remember right.
Oh yeah. And I like to catalog it so I get right up in the camera because I want to look back 10 years from now and be like, well, I remember when it was salt and pepper and now it's all gray. So I do that on purpose just to catalog how gray my hairs are over the years.
I
I can't grow anything beyond stubble. It just looks messy. Do you know what's funny, Kilroy? I really didn't start like it wasn't until I was 40 until I could grow a full beard.
I've
I
heard
hate
that
shaving.
beards
Yeah.
itch, though. I've
They
heard
do.
that beards itch.
Because we
Mhm.
sweat as humans. It's because we sweat and then it gets caught up. I
Yeah.
need to stop touching my face because I just shaved. All right. I need to focus, but this has been awesome. I'm so glad that Pam's here and Sydney's here, and you're here too, Water Day. This is awesome. This is why I waffle, is to hang out with everybody.
There we go.
So, if you
Yeah,
ever
wait,
go,
there we go. It's somewhere. My hand is somewhere. There we go.
All right, let's have a really quick talk because I'm gonna have a confession moment really quick.
Oh,
No, because I did something that annoys me of people, and I did it.
We need to go into a confessional at a church. Then we need to go find one real quick.
Both my uncles couldn't grow any facial hair at all. It's a genetic thing rather than a time thing. Oh, okay. Now I just have that Usher song. This is my confession. That song.
Okay, so what did you do?
Okay.
When?
So if you ever go to a store and you're like, what kind of shrub buys the entire row of overall buckles? It's me. I bought the entire row at Walmart. I'm that guy. I am that guy that buys the entire row.
That's awesome.
How many are
That's
in a
cool,
package?
though.
That's one only. And like
wow.
Oh,
every
there's
time
not two in a package?
Oh no, I'm sorry. There's two
It's a
buckles. Yeah.
pair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
was gonna
it's a
say
pair.
that was kind of dumb.
No, but
that's
like
cool.
every time I go there, I always buy one, and I'm like, oh, and I'm gonna make more overalls. So I was like, I'm buying the whole row. I'm gonna do it.
You've been inspired by Pam. You need buckles so that you
That's
can
right.
make your Pam rolls.
Absolutely.
I
And
have
my-
a box of buckles here.
Oh, that's awesome.
Ooh. Pam's buying them by the gross.
Wow.
Holy cow. That's awesome.
Wow, that is great.
That's if I ever decide to put them on my pants, because I usually just use buttons on my pants.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's so funny. I use the top of the buckle and then I use the buttons I have. Like on my blue overalls, I noticed I used buttons instead of the ones that were provided. I just use clippers when my wife complains enough about me looking gray and scruffy. Oh, that's funny. It really depends. Like even when I feel like I look like a different person when I shave, but I've been growing facial hair now since the pandemic, you know, so I got used to it.
Mm.
But
pandemic.
before I like my face the way it looks.
How long does it take before you start looking gray and scruffy, Mark? So, Kilroy, can you grow a mustache? Some people who can't grow a beard can grow a mustache.
Like my son that drives me mentally insane. So now that I know he's not watching the stream right now, my son is in the peach fuzz phase. He's 14 and he refuses to cut his mustache. And I respect people's bodily autonomy, so I tell him I don't like your mustache. And he just giggles at me, but he secretly knows that I'm serious. He has that
Yeah, my
14
13-year-old is like, oh, look, Mom, I've got a little bit of fuzz on my face.
Oh,
And like I'm trying to respect my son's age, but I'm like, please shave that, please, because he had these Elvis chops for a while.
oh no.
So I made him compromise. I said, you can have the chops, but you have to pick one. You can either have the big chops or you can have the mustache. And he shaved his whole face because he wanted that mustache. Oh, it drives me crazy. Because if he just waited a while, if he just kept shaving it, it would come back thicker. And because of the internet, he's like, that's not true. I saw it on the internet. And I'm like, son, I live this.
Well,
Like,
I
we're
mean, it doesn't change how the hair grows. It's just you have a blunt edge, so it can make it look thicker, but doesn't change the hair itself.
Water, don't come to me. Don't confuse the story with facts. Please. I'm trying to have my son shave. He looks like Chico DeBarge. My son looks like he's in the band DeBarge or in the Jets from the
Maybe-
not the football team either.
No, I know which I know. Maybe he needs to like trim it up and tidy it up a little bit. Maybe that would be a
But he
compromise.
wants to be one of those high schoolers that go to school that's full of facial hair.
Oh, he does so bad. Oh, he does. And he like, man. Do you know what it was? Is because when he was a little guy, he had let me dress him. So I dressed him like a little me. He had a little vest and everything, you know?
Oh,
Oh, I still have it. He has a Nerf patch because he was obsessed with Nerf. Oh, I still have it. Nope, the most I can do is enough to make me look messy. I try not like I haven't grown a mustache since Isaiah was 2. I look like I'm just coming out of Alaska out of the woods or something. Because I have straight hairs on my face. So it changes the whole look. It
There's
just goes back to me being a Vaughn villain. Sorry, go ahead.
there's an oboist I would see, and for a while he had a Van Dyke, and it looked really good on him. And then I saw him later, and he had shaved, and it was like a completely different person. It changed his face so much.
I'm telling you, like with men, facial hair will completely change. There's this meme of a guy with a giant beard and he looks all good. And they shave his beard off and they're like, never trust the beard.
that's funny.
I have to find that meme. I'm going to send it to you if I find it. It is the funniest meme.
I had a friend in college and he had a mustache, and he's like, "Oh, I don't shave because I look like a pig." And I'm like, "What? No way." And he shaved it one day just to show me, and he really did. He had like a little, if you'd like made a pig into a person, it looked like him, his little round face and stuff.
Have you ever seen that commercial where they show dog owners and the fact that their dog looks just like them?
Yes.
We're not that far off as humans, but that's sad because I've known people that have had that nose and that look,
Mhm.
you know. Oh, that's
Trying to get an angle where I can like see through my glasses and stuff. You can't really tell, but if I turn like my face is normal and I turn in profile, I have a little like turned up nose. I don't know where my nose came from because my dad, being African American, he had like the good, strong African American nose. And then my mom has kind of like a, it's not wide, but it's like a strong nose. And my nose, I don't know. It's not like anybody that I have seen pictures of in my family.
I always say that we're a collection of everybody who came before us. Like,
yeah,
my nose, I have a hook at the bottom of my nose. Like, genetics is just funny that way. You're a conglomerate of every person that came before you, you know? That would depend upon what is considered gray and scruffy, but in a few days before my wife starts complaining, and from there, it's a matter of when I could be bothered. I hate whisker burn. My dad used to do that to me. Same.
Oh yeah, I hate that.
Same. My dad was like that too. Because but that was the 80s when he had the Magnum PI with the
Oh, I never liked that mustache.
That's what I tell my son because he wears Hawaiian shirts with his hat. I'm like, bro, you look like Magnum PI. Like, you need to shave your mind. But he has, though, like even if my son didn't have autism, I would let him explore who he is. But people with autism think about it more. So he can be whoever he wants to be as long as it's within reason.
Yeah. And really, I mean, as much as we joke about it, like, it's not hurting anybody. It's his self-expression.
And he's of that age too. And I really want him. I'm not going to be around forever. So I really want him to be able to like have the confidence to make a decision by himself.
Yes. Yes. I was seeing a thing, and apparently that's a real problem nowadays because of all the micromanaging and helicopter parenting that new adults are really struggling.
I told you about my dad. My parents were always in charge. of at jobs, everything. But my dad would always tell me when I started working with him, he grabbed me one day. He's like, "Look, if I'm wrong, tell me." He's like, if I, because like when you're like, digging in a field, you're looking at plants, you could hit a pipe and ruin your day. And then your whole job changes and you're fixing a pipe now.
Yeah.
And he used to always tell me, like, nah, man, because he was an electrical engineer. He worked for NASA, but he's not infallible,
Mm.
and I think that's important. So I try to like tell my son that too. Like, yeah, we're all human, man. Like, especially people with ASD, though. They're people on just off the bat treat them differently, don't know how to act, or
Mhm.
Mhm. It's
especially
kind
in today's.
of cool they have that the good doctor or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome. They have that for to show that you can be what you want to be.
Yes.
To me, but that was awesome. I mean I think it's still on, but I haven't watched TV in a long time.
Yeah, they just don't have any new episodes yet.
Oh,
I've
okay.
watched every single episode.
Yeah, but I really like the show, but after Hannah died, I don't watch TV anymore. So that's good as that's good.
There was a bunch of shows like that. Like, did you ever watch the show Lucifer?
Yes.
I love that show. Oh my god.
They did an extra couple seasons over on Netflix, I think it is. Yeah.
That was
It's
awesome.
It's because of all people on earth, Kelly Clarkson was like, please bring this show back. And all the evangelicals were freaking out because other evangelicals were like, I love this show.
Because
I love that show. But
Lucifer, was telling me that it's not what you think it is. It's not the devil or something like that. It's something. I don't know. He told me about it. There's a story about it. I don't know.
it's a good show. I don't want to give it away too much.
No.
Because the premise of that show will give it away. But it's just like there are certain shows, like I used to watch The Expanse, and then it disappeared one day, and then it was just gone.
Well, no, it's back. It's on Amazon, and they finished it.
Oh, right when I got rid of Amazon. I got rid of everything except for Paramount, Netflix, ESPN. It's because I was paying for all this stuff that no one was watching.
Right. Well, when you like pay for one for a month and watch the things you want to watch, and then switch over to something else,
or have somebody pay for it like I do. I don't pay for any of my streaming. My sister does.
My
mom and I have to pay for anything.
My mom and I weirdly rotate. Like she'll buy Hulu and I'll buy Netflix.
Yeah.
And then we share codes.
Right.
Gilroy says, "This conversation is why I pirate."
That's what it is. Lucifer was never the devil. That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
They do get the name wrong in the Bible. That was talking about somebody else.
This conversation is why I'm a pirate. I'm almost there with you. If I told you honestly how much that money I was paying for all these services, I was like, bye. I'll get rid of all of you. It's taken me a while but the one thing is, ever since I switched my credit card, it really saved me all the money because I found out I already had a subscription to Paramount, but my phone kept on telling me, oh, you need to pay before you miss out. And then I looked, and then my computer was telling me you need to pay before you miss out, but I'm already paying. They were charging me, but because
they're overcharging you?
They were charging me 3 times.
Did you call them up and get that sorted out?
Yeah. That's the only reason I'm saying it with confidence. They're going to pay me back for all of it.
Oh, good.
Good. Because my mom would have thrown a fit.
It was used for Jesus and someone else. That is such a good show. I
love the show.
And now I have sympathy for the devil stuck in my head.
I like that they finished the show.
Yeah.
That they gave it a full art.
And it was a good ending.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good ending, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to, I really like that ending.
Godless,
Yeah.
Godless, are you intending to put the stripes the other direction on that bib?
Shit.
Uh-oh. He did
I'm
it
sorry, I was trying to catch you before you cut it.
What
Oh,
bib?
I mean, it could just be
He's
a
like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Nope. I'm gonna make a hat.
I did it
nothing.
exactly as I meant to be.
Nothing goes to waste. I will make that. I will make a hat out of that, or a pair of socks, or something. Okay.
Or you could use it for the pocket on the bib.
But then I'd have to. I cut it weird though. That's not it. That's a very good point. That is a very good point. Oh wow! Why did I do that?
So did you watch Evil?
I've never heard of it.
That one's another one that was on whatever channel, and now it's on I don't know, something streaming. I can't remember. It's about a guy who's about to become a priest, and he works for the Catholic Church, and they send him out to see if people need an exorcism or if they've got something else going on. And so he has a tech person who goes with him, and when the show opens, he's just hired a woman who works as an advocate for people with mental disabilities or who might have had like mental breaks or what have you, and being accused of crimes. And so he hires her to go and work with them and see if people are just having some, a mental health issue, or if, according to the church, they need an exorcism. And so it's an interesting investigation of evil. And I don't want to give anything away, but if you watch like the first episode or whatever, you can see if you like it.
What's the name of it again?
Evil.
Do you know what's really funny? I think because you and I have talked about it a few times, it's popped up on my thing. Is it on Netflix?
I think it's on. No, it's on like Amazon or Paramount or something.
I probably get the commercial for it then because our phones aren't listening.
It's a good show.
All right, good. Do you know it's so funny. You have a good eye. If we were playing baseball, I'd be like, good eye, good eye. You caught that.
It probably helped. Just, sometimes the camera will catch things that don't show in person and vice versa.
I'm going to check one more time just to make sure. Oh.
74 ESPN charges.
That's true though. They were overcharging me too. I think that so whenever I hear the numbers on Netflix, like 75,000, 2 million people watched, I don't believe them anymore. I know their numbers are because they're probably charging 2 million people. They're probably I do not believe their numbers at all anymore.
I find it really interesting watching Pam and Godless sew at the same time.
I know.
They have such Pam is very meticulous. Godless is like, we're just gonna throw this on over here.
And yeah, he's all over the place, and she's like more organized.
I'm
really
this
wild.
is my version of slam poetry. I call it slam sewing. And if you want to hear a poem, there once was a man from Nantucket, and I won't finish that.
Hickory dickory dock.
I would
3
thank
mice
you.
ran up the clock.
Thank
the clock
you.
struck 1, and the other 2 got away with minor injuries. The only trouble is, ever since Andrew Dice Clay, you have a little difficulty starting that one.
Uh-oh, was he canceled or something?
I haven't seen him in so long.
I don't know, but if you say Hickory Dickory Dock, people automatically hear Andrew Dice Clay, and I'm like, wait, no, I'm doing the other one.
He is actually weird to see him gray. You should look at what he looks like now. It's we all get older, but it's just weird. It's just
La, la, la,
weird.
la, 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 la.
Oh, this is gonna be perfect. I gotta bring my bibby in way more, but this is gonna be perfect. That's why I always
like
cut a
that.
little bit.
Yeah, since you cut a little extra, make sure you get your stripes aligned with the top and bottom half.
I'm gonna thank you.
He's trying to figure it out, I guess.
I mean, if you don't want to, that's totally up to you. I just didn't want you to have regrets later.
That owl's looking at you like, do something right, dude.
I'm like, you got this. I just needed to function. Looking good is secondary. I'm like, people think I'm playing when I say function over fashion. my mom used to always say fashion over function, but I say function over fashion.
I'm
Wow.
very much it depends on what I'm doing, like I had some very fancy shoes, but they were for going and sitting at dinner. They were not the shoes you wore to a concert to be on your feet for hours or,
Mm-hmm.
I think I need to get one of these in color because I misplace this thing all the time.
Oh, you want one of those that's like
I just keep
chartreuse
mine
or whatever?
right next to me.
Say again?
I just keep all my rollers like in a little thing next to me. So I have those. And I have that.
I have a router
that.
attachment for my Dremel, and I've
that's
seen
awesome.
these blocks of wood that people make. They're probably, I don't know, this big or so. And people cut lines along the length of it. And so you put that on your table and you can stand your acrylic rulers up in it and your like quilting shapes and things like that. I'm going to make one of those.
I have some of mine just hanging on a hook.
Oh, that's
yeah.
awesome. I need to do that. I definitely need to do that.
But I also have a bookcase right next to me. And so I slide the rulers in that bookcase slot.
That makes sense.
You're so tall, dude. You are my height. You are. You're getting huge. Yeah. I remember when you were a little guy. Oh, I'm gonna start crying. When we used to watch Yo Gabba Gabba. I miss that show.
Oh, he must be talking to his son.
Yeah. Yeah. He loves it when I stream because I'm not, like, don't scream so loud. He loves his Oculus.
That's great.
But, like, he gets into it. He really gets into it. Yay, high hands. I go to Chinese buffets, diners, and truck stop restaurants. I can't understand the concept of having a pair of shoes just for sitting at a fancy restaurant.
Well, maybe you need to branch out, Kilroy.
Pre-pandemic, my cowboy boots, let me grab them because they're actually super fancy. They're different now because I wear them riding and I really beat them up. But these are probably like, I don't know, 10 or 11 years old. And I didn't wear them every day until the panty because I only wore these in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
And then because they were my fancy boots,
Yeah.
And then when the pandemic happened, I literally started wearing them around the house. I'm like, oh no, I will not miss this opportunity. But there were super fancy boots that I turned into everyday wearing boots.
We have conflicting comments in the chat.
I love
Lucifer
my
is pro.
Yes, he does.
Kilroy.
He loves
Sorry.
his Oculus.
And Joy loves the boots. I love my cowboy boots. And they give me the illusion of height too. Saw the goddamn cousin. I told you guys, I told my neighbor, I was like, hey, like, you know, just as you know, my son's on his Oculus. He's like, I know. We all know because we can all hear it.
I almost ran into a wall when I was using Lucifer's. We were playing miniature golf, and I walked the wrong way and I almost hit the wall.
Oh no. You didn't get the little like flash that says, hey, you're approaching an obstacle?
You have to ask him because I have no idea anything about Oculus.
Oh, I missed it when he didn't know anything, when he didn't know how to use that thing. Now he can navigate it, and I don't know how to use that thing. I have to take my vest off to see what this is going to look like.
Starting to strip. Oh no.
Dun, 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 dun,
Chippendales.
dun, dun,
This
dun,
is a reverse
dun,
strip because I'm adding clothes.
Oh. well,
dun,
Sydney's like, I don't want it then. Should I bring my baby in more? No, my lighting's weird today.
What are you asking us?
Should I bring my baby in more?
Bring it in more?
Yeah.
Like less, like a
Less
narrow,
chest coverage.
narrower?
Less chest coverage.
Yeah, like on the side here.
Well, don't forget you have to have a seam allowance.
Yeah. And you need
My-
room to line the stripes up.
My pants are really high. I made them with like old school golf waist. Like the waist is like this high. This is
I
a
think
better
that-
angle to look at.
By the time you put the seam allowance and everything on, are you going to do like a double fold?
Well, I'm about to line it right now. I'm about to give this thing life because this is the piece that everyone's gonna see underneath. So I'm gonna add a really beautiful
Make sure you iron it.
I knew you. Let me go grab my iron. I knew that was coming.
Yeah, out of the two, I'm more of a sewer like Pam than Godless. I'm always ironing and lining everything up and
I know, Pam. I was adding clothes instead of taking them off.
Hi. Hi.
I'm sorry, Joy. Joy. You know what the funny thing is? Pam is now my sewing conscience. Now it's what would Pam do when I'm sitting there like, okay, I have to iron. I have to. You're right.
Butterfly gives you side eye too. Butterfly's
yeah.
Is that how you're gonna sew that corner?
Well, it's because I'm seriously thinking about taking a sewing class just so I can have someone being like, "How did you get this far?"
Remind you of the rules so you can decide if you want to follow them or not.
I just want to be able to sew a pant pocket without having to use my blind stitcher.
So, Kilroy and Lucifer, do you sew?
Lucifer, so that's funny.
Oh,
No,
excuse me.
I would like to see that one. You okay? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's talking to you.
Aw.
What? Come here.
Ever since I cleared off
Yeah.
that side of the section, I have all this room for my ironing board all of a sudden.
Oh, how did your delivery go?
The guy, well, you were not watching the beginning of the stream, Water.
I'm sorry. I
I'm giving
was
you a hard
writing
time. You have a
a
life.
Very serious letter.
They called me. They called me at 11:30 and were like, "We'll be there in 15 minutes." They didn't show up until 2.
Oh my goodness.
So you know me, I was sitting there like I had my fabric out in front of my house because it's on a cart. So I wheeled it out. Well, I took everything off the top. and it was a mess. Like it took
That's,
me.
I mean, it's fine if they can't come until 2, but don't tell you they're going to be there at 11:45.
Oh yeah, they called me and like, I pulled everything out like they were gonna be there. And let me tell you, they were not. Oh, excuse
Ooh.
me.
Wow, I have a sewing. You do. That's funny.
I did take a quarter in the 6th grade. So,
That's why.
well, it took forever. It took forever for it to show up, and that's fine. I have been working that thing nonstop since the show. I have laundry for days,
So do I. God, that's
and
not
I
hard.
like I always say like, ha ha. I feel like I'm running a hotel. I feel like I'm running a hotel, but also
are.
like I'm a clean freak. I make my son wash his sheets every 3 to 4 days.
Really? I do it
I'm a
once a week.
I'm a clean freak when it comes to that.
Well, he's a teenage boy and it's
Yeah,
summertime.
that's true.
3 or
That's
4 days probably isn't a bad thing.
And ever since I quit smoking cigarettes 6 years ago, I can smell everything. And so
I like when I
my
lost my scent. They have to smell anything. I was like, oh, thank God.
I was raised by my grandmother was a real life white glove kind of human. Like she would not play. Like my grandma was from a different planet. And so and I'm a cleaner like she is, very much
Yeah.
so. Tomorrow's laundry day. I've been doing it for almost like ever since I got my washer, and like I gave it a break last night because I was like, I don't want to burn this thing out on the first night.
I think he misses me doing his laundry because I usually do it when I was there.
You just gotta start sniffing glue, then you won't smell anything. So
I remember
when
that. The mint glue. I remember that.
when I was a kid, really quickly, it's kind of a traumatizing story, but a young man who was huffing was chased by the police, ran into the grocery store that I was at with my parents. They evacuated the whole grocery store and like brought in the SWAT team for this young man who was on drugs. And this was like 1989, 1990, so it stuck with me. So glue sniffing makes me laugh and scares me at the same time. I'm from the huffing era. I'm from that weird
Yeah.
era.
I mean, there are drugs and then there are drugs.
Yeah. Oh, where'd you go, Sydney? Do you know the phone does overheat when you're on
How's
the
my feed, by the way?
great?
Okay.
Oh, Sydney, we're here for you. Let me know when you want to hop back in. I totally understand.
I think I found the secret. Since you were talking about overheating and stuff, I always make sure I open up my case
The
and put
second you touched it, it got stuck. And then the
Oh
second you brought your
no.
hands back, no, the second you brought your hands back, you're unstuck again.
Okay.
I got to get my iron. I have got to get, where is it?
Oh wow. Pam convinced you. That's great. Thanks, Pam. We've tried and have not been successful. He scoffs and laughs at us when we suggest ironing.
Because, and I'll tell you why. It's because.
Well, did you see how wrinkly that piece of fabric was? Seriously.
No, Pam, 100%. Oh, 1,000%. It's because when I was in junior high, I've told Waterday a million times, I used to go to this store called The Structure, and I dressed like a total yuppie. I would iron every day. And then I grew up and ironing and I are not friends.
Well, if you're wearing a knit shirt, then you don't really need to iron it most of the time.
The thing that ruined me was the discovery of the iron setting on my dryer.
It's not the same thing. It helps, but it's not the same thing.
Well, then throw that piece of fabric in there on the iron setting in your dryers so that it will take out the wrinkles before you sew it.
It won't work. I pulled out my I'm heating up my iron right now. With that little piece, it wouldn't work. But my dryer does have the gas hookup and everything because I do use it as an iron sometimes. But with modern, like my dryer is semi fancy. But don't most dryers come with a gas hookup nowadays?
Well, your gas has to have
It
your
depends.
dryer has to have something. It's either gas that he uses to
It's
heat
either
the
gas
air
or electric.
or electric. So it's
Oh, okay. Okay. I
a
always
lot of
wondered.
I have electric dryer and electric stove. I don't. The only thing that runs on gas here is my furnace and my water heater.
a lot of I like to cook on I much prefer gas for cooking, but you have to have like my house is older, and so if I were to get something like a new oven or stove or what have you that was electric, um I would need to have new wiring.
Yeah, I
Um,
wondered about that. I think because my house is straight 1970s, everything's gas.
Mm.
And it's because it was built like in that era.
Hmm.
Because the guy was like, "This takes a gas hookup," and I'm like, "I don't even have a gas hookup," and he's like, "The hose is right here." I was like, "You know more than I do about my house, bro. Go ahead, hook it up," and it works. I had no idea. I had no idea.
Well,
But this is a wonderful. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm glad that you got the right one. Because after all of that, it would have been really irritating if you had to send it back and get the other kind.
Now they you pay them a fee and they show up with the hoses and stuff, but back then they didn't.
Well, right. But I mean,
I
like
got lucky.
if you buy a gas dryer and you don't have any gas, then they would have to switch it. Or if you bought an electric one, but you didn't have enough strong enough wiring, then you'd have to swap it out. And that would be frustrating.
The funny thing is I didn't even know. I just pointed and was like, "I want that one."
You were lucky.
Super. But just a dumb question. In this area, isn't most stuff put on gas anyways?
Yes, having everything electric is a much newer thing.
Because
But
our infrastructure, I know Kilroy's gonna trash me for this, but our infrastructure is kind of older,
well, yeah, I mean that's kind of the problem why they're starting to push electric because things are wearing out and they don't want to have to redo all the gas pipes. So they're like, "Oh, you don't want gas, surely you want electric. We're going to phase gas out. Gas is bad for the environment."
But it's everywhere here in LA. It's everywhere.
Yeah, but they're starting to have to do some repairs and they're annoyed about it. So they're talking about phasing it out.
Yikes. Oh.
Mark fell down and
Oh no.
busted himself up.
Oh, ouch. Did your roommate trip you because you were mad about the milk? Either that or, it's not the time for TikTok dances, Mark.
Oh, heck yeah. When I got in my car accident, every time I moved, the nurse was like, "Don't move, don't do this or that," because I didn't realize how injured I was.
Yeah, I hope it's nothing serious, Mark. And they're just being cautious.
I have to go tell young Mr. Sewing that it's 11 o'clock and he should not be screaming on his Oculus. Give me a second.
Okay. We'll check on Mark and look at the comments. We'll watch Pam sew. Pam's doing a very nice job with her contrasting top stitching. That's always nerve-wracking.
Well, if my son If he's anything in life, he can be a Norwegian death metal singer. He's got the pipes. I don't know where he gets that sometimes. Because I can't be loud. I'm actually supposed to talk like this. But because I have a low voice, I project. I lose my voice all the time. He does not have a low voice. And I'm naturally loud, but I actually have a very low voice.
Maybe he should sing opera. If he's got the cut.
I told you I know someone who's an actual professional opera singer. I have the inside to it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're not badly hurt, Mark.
Good.
When I was in high school, there was this long metal staircase, like it went all the way down, but it was like an extra deep story. And I slipped near the top and went tumbling down. Oh my goodness. I like literally rolling down the stairs, and I ended up in the heap at the bottom. Felt like I'd been hit by a train. Oh, it was awful. Kilroy says, in most places, gas was intended as a main energy source and electric was intended to power lights, radios, TVs, etc. The cabling on the poles isn't heavy enough to have everything be electric. Yeah. And then people, like the line to people's houses isn't enough either. So you do, like, and a lot of the stoves and things require 220, and a lot of the houses have 110.
It's funny you'd say that because my grandma's house was 1960s. It was all electric, but it had that exact problem. My house is the exact opposite. That's very true. Very true, Waternoy.
I was touring the Gamble house, which is, for reference, that's the house, Doc Brown's house from Back to the Future. But anyway, so they have all these little like lamps and things that were made to go with the house, and the wattage is all really low because apparently when electric lights first came out, they were kind of afraid that bright electric light would hurt your eyes, and so they made everything really soft and dim. It's pretty, but wouldn't call it great for task lighting.
My father had the fortunate happenstance to be raised around his grandmother, who was she was a born slave. So, and she lived to be in her 90s, so she had seen some things in her life. And my dad used to always say his grandmother was scared to get in a car because she felt if you went over 55 miles an hour, you would go crazy.
Oh.
And she told him that in 1899, everybody thought the world was going to end. Because he would always tell me, like, people make up numbers. And so he would always bring up that story about how his grandmother, you know, she lived through 1899, like, we'll be okay. But in 1899, everybody was like, oh, the calendar is stopping, you know.
Oh, goodness.
Well, they used to be all freaked out when 2000 came around. They're like the Y2K thing.
Yeah, I mean, well, that was like a created problem because they seem to have lacked foresight when they built all the electronics. But at least that was, at least that was an actual thing that needed to be dealt with rather than, oh no, what are we doing at the new millennium?
Yeah.
Kilroy says, I like dim light for almost everything. Bright lighting makes my eyes feel like sand has been rubbed into them. Gives me headaches and fatigue too. Do you find, Kilroy, that certain kinds of light bulbs make you feel worse than others? Like, you know, like some people don't like fluorescent or get a headache from a certain LEDs or what have you. Do you have a light bulb preference as well?
I am a weird person. I like being in dark rooms with a ton of light. I'm obsessed with lamps, with like I have a ton of overhanging lights in here. Like I'm big with electric.
Oh. They probably eat me.
A nice, oh, I love overcast days and rainy days. And yeah. And I live in
Really?
California, the land of like so much sunshine. And I love a good cloudy day.
I was about to say water, Nate. Like when the cloud's over, I'm like, I don't feel good today.
Oh,
I'm activated by the sun. Overcast is so peaceful.
I lived in Portland for 4 years, and my first year living in Portland, Oregon, the sun only came out for like 30 days
oh no.
out of the entire year.
Wow.
Making 2 pairs.
I lost like 2 shades.
Ooh.
My mom, when I came back from Portland, my mom looked at me and she's like, "You look like you have jaundice. I don't like Portland." I hadn't seen the sun in 4 years.
Well, I remember back in the day when we had that El Nino, and this was in the 90s, and it rained for like 40 days and 40 nights. Like the streets flooded. I was expecting to see Noah's Ark coming over the horizon.
That was 97. I remember that. Or 96. It was one of them.
That was a lot all at once. Like, if if we'd have had like maybe one day of sunshine in there or something, that would have been good. But the first time I went to the UK, they kept apologizing for the weather, and I'm like, okay, anyone who goes to the UK expecting sunshine needs to manage their expectations.
They literally all go outside when the sun comes out. Do you know, apparently, I've been to both and I can't say, but like in the UK has the same weather as the Oregon, Seattle area.
Yeah.
Basically northern Oregon and southern Washington.
Okay, well, I was being a little flippant. Kilroy is correcting. Y2K wasn't a lack of foresight. It was that the early programs had to be optimized so much that they couldn't add in the code that distinguishes between 1999 and 2000 and still do the required job. I mean, I understand that. But then after a while, when they knew everything was, coming and things had moved on from the early programs, they didn't fix it until 1999 and everything went into panic mode. So I might have been a little bit I don't know, we'll say flippant, but I might have been oversimplifying.
I had a neighbor who I'm still friends with to this very day on Facebook. I've known him a very long time. He owned the house across the street when I was a kid. He moved to Montana because of Y2K.
Oh no!
And never came back. He has not come back. He moved to Montana, and he lives out in the middle of nowhere. And he's one of those militia guys.
Okay,
but he was scared of Y2K.
I didn't think that there was anything to be scared of. It was just more of a logistical thing,
Yeah, but we live by misinformation and people hear things,
True.
Are you kidding me? You should have seen my face the first day I figured out what the blind stitcher does. It literally does that stitch under the pocket. I was like, oh my gosh, I live in the future. Even though that machine's from the 70s. Pam, thank you so much for convincing me to iron.
You're so welcome. Anytime.
This is it made it look 10 times more clean too. It was super wrinkly. Normally I would just sew it on and then throw it in the dryer.
Yeah, then you get things coming out all wonky.
But that's why you reinforce your seams. All right, so let's add the pocket on. Now's the fun part. We are going for a while. If I don't finish, I will be back on Saturday. That's my disclaimer. And I will be going to downtown. Hopefully. I don't want to get ahead of myself. But I will be going downtown in the search for more fuzzy fabric.
More fuzzy fabric.
If I make the Elmo coat.
Oh, yes.
We have, who else besides Elmo was red? Clifford the big red dog. Come on, there's got to be Better
Um,
people.
You could
was
do it.
animal red or was animal pink?
Oh, that's right. I have to look that up now.
I think animal was pink with red hair.
I don't
Huh.
know.
Oh dear. Now I'm like doubting.
Normally I'd Google it, but I'm walking around with a hot iron.
Okay, I'll look it up for you. Oh no, Pam's beat us to it.
Oh.
Lucifer says they live by a rainforest. That sounds wonderful.
Sounds peaceful. When I lived in a place. Now I can say where I live now because I don't live there anymore. I lived in a place called Sandy, Oregon.
I don't
You
know
could.
if you can really see that.
It's kind of
Oh,
reddish.
orange.
Yeah, it's kind of like the red, orange.
Yeah, like fire orange.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think I'm just my color palette is just a tad off. Is he's orange?
Your color perception?
There you go. I think it's off. Oh, okay. I know exactly where Crescent City is. Oh, I know exactly where you live. Yeah, you do live by a rainforest. Awesome. I freaking love the Muppets. I live for the Muppets.
Oh, the Henson Company is amazing.
And I know they're not watching, but to that person who unsubscribed when I put the Muppet thumbnail on, good riddance.
They do such amazing puppetry work.
Still to this day, Farscape is one of the greatest sci-fi shows, but I'm biased.
So good. So good. Frell, yeah. That was your weekly reminder that I am nerd adjacent.
You know what's funny? I turn my nerdiness down because I don't like. I'm a Star Trek geek. I read Star Wars books. Like I have to turn my nerd down sometimes. Why you always calling us when you have drama?
I'm a nerd until you compare me with like actual nerds such as yourself. So I kind of say that I'm nerd adjacent. I have nerdish tendencies.
I'm such a geek. I wear Star Trek uniforms to Star Trek conventions.
See, I've never been to a Star Trek convention.
You know what? That's a really good idea. I need to write all of this down. I need gold trim because I'm going to make a classic original, the original series uniform.
Oh, very nice. Are you going to do one of those in the yellow?
Yes.
See,
and I'll show you why. Let me go look. I have the uniform.
Yellow's one of those colors. If you can wear, people who can wear yellow look so good in yellow. I'm not one of those people, but I admire the people who can. Farscape is awesome, Lucifer.
So I purchased 2 different yellows, and they're 2 different colors. But one of my yellows is this color.
Uh-huh.
And so
It's in the dark, we can't really tell.
Well, let me pull up my other thing. It looks like I need to add some light in here.
I mean, it wasn't dark, but it was, like in the corner on your eagle, it was well lit, but that wasn't.
I inadvertently purchased a material that is this exact color.
Okay.
Because I thought I was buying the same yellow, but sometimes I think I'm colorblind a little bit. But you know what, though? Farscape was awesome, Lucifer. I had a really good friend who had no sense of taste. And she was a great cook. She went to Le Cordon Bleu and everything. I'm not kidding you. I
How?
don't know. She was the greatest cook I've ever been around in my life. Ever. And I've been around some down home, real life people. I think because she went to Le Cordon Bleu, she just knew you mix this and this together, and she would look at other people's reaction like, and it's funny, I tested it. She really did not have a sense of smell.
Wow.
Yeah. Find some purple and make that thing a Laker thing. I have a mile of yellow because I have about 6 yards on one and I have about 8 on the other. So I have a ton of yellow. I have enough to make this and my Cab Calloway coat still. Because I've been doing a lot of research on Cab Calloway, and the zoot suit, the shirt came up to the bottom of your ribs, but the back of the coat went to your, to your socks.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger zoot suit wasn't and the bigger zoot suit is what everyone was wearing. Cab Calloway had the special Cab Calloway suit.
Yeah.
I've worked in some high end restaurants. I have too. I used to make when I was in my 20s, when I cared, I would get I worked at a steakhouse. I made a ton of money. Ton of money. Even when I worked at Starbucks in West Hollywood, the tips were unreal. For a kid getting an extra $400 or $500 a week, that's a paycheck when you're a kid,
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep in mind this was 20 something years ago.
So it was even more.
Oh, now I have that Star Trek stuck in my head. Why you always calling us?
When you got a problem.
Oh man! All right, I'm gonna make the pocket.
I have a friend who has autumn coloring, and I didn't realize. And so, for her birthday one year, we wanted to give her cash, and so I went to a thrift store and I found this jacket that looked like it was all like her size and everything, and it was in this like awful pukey snail green. The color was just awful, and so I thought she would open it and go, ugh. But she didn't realize it was a joke, and she put it on. The coat fit her perfectly. The color was absolutely amazing. We had to tell her, put your hands in the pockets so she could find the catch. But it was one of those colors where when you can wear it, it looks so good on her. So good.
Busters do make a ton of money. I had an ex-girlfriend. I think I told the story. She was what I would call a professional waitress. She had Arrowhead bottles of change in her closet from over the years.
I mean, was she going to, even at a 7% charge for those machines or what have you, it still seems like it would be worth it to turn it in or just spend some time rolling it up while you're watching a movie, I guess.
As someone who's obsessed with collecting change, the banks do it for free now.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they complained at you and wanted you to have it rolled.
Oh, hey, Nerdy. How's it going, Nerdy? Because Coinstars were making such a killing, banks were like, wait a minute, these guys are making money. They're like, we'll do it for you because we're putting our money back into their bank. You know what I'm saying? And they make money off of us. How's it going, Nerdy? So now here in the area in which you may or may not live, they now most banks do not charge. Whatever Washington Mutual used to be. I'm old.
Oh,
what
goodness.
Is it? What is it now?
Washington Mutual. Washington Mutual. Didn't Washington Mutual become? They bought by Wachovia, or maybe Wachovia became Washington Mutual, and then they were absorbed by Chase.
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yay! How's it going, Nerdy? Hello, hello. it's one conglomerate after another, one company absorbing another. Like, I have a few bank accounts, and like I'll get a letter like, your credit union was bought out by the Sultan of Brunei. We are now, like they'll tell you they're real polite about it, but they tell you.
Well, when you look at the charts of the food companies and the telecommunications companies, it's like 4 companies for each one that own everything, or the telecommunications, it's like 2 companies or something.
Like, I love to say everything is a subsidiary that thereof.
Yeah.
Like, if you look up something, it's something is owned by something else, Like, I worked for Carl's Jr. when I was younger. I laughed so hard when I went to the East Coast and I saw Hardee's, and I was like, what is this abomination? It's the same store.
You didn't know that?
No, I had done my traveling, but like my parents were not fast food people. So when I was older and traveling by myself, I was eating Whataburger. I was eating, like whatever was on the road.
Unilever, Nestle.
Oh, and that's right. Nestle owns everything.
Yeah.
When my son was on this weird phase of like boycotting evil companies, and he looked at me and he's like, I'm over Nestle. I was like, okay, no more Hot Pockets, no more macaroni and cheese. Like, I gave him the list.
Good luck with that. Did you take him out in the backyard and show him how to do farming?
We do farm. We farm.
Yeah, but I mean, did you say, okay, here you go?
You know what the funny thing is? He still looks. If he can help it, he will not eat a Nestle company. It's weird. But he pays attention to what he eats, though, and that's important.
Mm.
But Nestle, they took in the state of California, and they did this in Michigan. They got kicked out of Tennessee. Nestle has basically gone to every state that has water, and they take your water, bottle it, and sell it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons why people were so mad at Kamala Harris is because she is part of the conglomerate of people who were in charge of California that sold the water to Nestle in the first place.
Mm.
That was a blemish. That was a blemish on her record.
Do you need to sharpen your blade, Godless?
I need to get a new one. I have the pack somewhere in this room. I just I use these things for real.
Right,
And
do you
also
not have a blade sharpener for your rotary cutter?
But also I have 2 mats here, so when it hits the middle of the mat, it won't cut. Unless they're really pushed together. I cheaped out and bought 2 mats. I bought one at a time instead of buying the table size mat.
Well, the table size mat will set you back.
Well, sometimes those table size mats, they have the seams in them too because they're in 3 different parts.
Oh,
Exactly. They fold.
I didn't know that.
Well,
Boo.
my mat, it's a green one.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also like, let's see. Let me look how. I think it's like 70 inches long by 35 wide. Yeah.
And they put a seam in it?
No, that comes in 3 different pieces.
Oh, I'd be so annoyed.
Yeah, it's a little annoying, but it's okay.
Do you remember
it doesn't come apart too much because I duct taped the bottom of it so it keeps it together. Because
That's
I didn't
good.
like the little screw things that they had that connected them together.
Mm-hmm.
Those were annoying.
I've always wondered about that. Duct tape is such a good hack. You should charge us for that one, Pam, because that's the only reason I didn't buy it. Well, that, and it was $70 at Michael's, and it was $60 at Walmart, and these mats were like $15-20 each. So
well, they have some that are rolled up that you can unroll that you can get that are like a white clear or whatever. This one, the green one that I have, it cost me like $100.
Mm,
Is
yeah.
it worth it though?
Is
Is
what
it
worth
worth
it?
Well,
the $100?
yeah.
Like having a big mat or
Spending the money for the because I'm down to spend the money for it if it's worth it, you know.
like if it's a better mat, the one she has?
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, the mats you have are good too.
I love these things. I absolutely love these things. And it's
Just use
safe.
some duct tape and just tape it together
That's my
on the
problem. Is
underside.
I'm gonna have to because I constantly am just shoving them from both sides
Yeah.
together.
Just take some duct tape and push them together and tape them together.
That's not a bad idea. I'm sitting in a room of duct tape too.
And if duct tape doesn't work, use some of that like stringy packing tape stuff.
Oh, I have a mile of that. And when
Like,
it
don't
comes,
use like packing tape, but like the ones that have the actual string in them.
I have a ton of that because I own a truck and I constantly help people move. I have that weird tape gun that never works that you buy at the store and everything. Perfect. Now I need to line the top of this.
And plus,
friend
you
of
have the
mine-
2 mats, so there's really no point in going and getting a bigger one.
That's what I was thinking. And plus, I keep on threatening to move. So I probably wouldn't buy one because I have a giant octagon table sitting on the side in storage of my house that I want to use as a sewing table that would take a giant mat. I just don't have the space for it.
Yeah.
But that originally was going to be my sewing table, but the more I added stuff in this room, the table was so gaudy. It was just in the way. I'm still mad
Yeah,
at
I
myself.
got the green mat because I have a bigger table. So I cut my tabletop to match the mat. Basically, I took the OSB board and cut it to size so that it worked.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Because I have it sitting on top of a 6-foot lifetime table. One of those plastic and metal tables.
Yeah. That's a good idea. Because, if you're cutting things, nothing like trying to cut evenly and then you have to shift it and then your cutting
Yeah.
goes all askew.
Yep.
Even at my job, we replaced the top of all the workbenches because we're constantly cutting and sawing into them, and it messes with the integrity if it's not smooth surface.
Yeah. A friend of mine is a teacher, and so she's going to come over tomorrow. She has to cut a bunch of flags for flag football, and so she wants
Aw.
to use my rotary mat and cutter.
Oh, that's a noble cause.
Yeah, we'll have a nice hangout.
I need to call Linda. She's been making so many blankets for people that when I go downtown, I literally just hand them out to people.
It's a
Because she
noble
made
cause
them.
too.
Oh, she's so good. But she made so many. We only have so many residents at my job. But I don't want to tell her to stop making them. So, Linda, if you're watching, keep making them. I give them to everybody.
My grandmother used to like to knit, and I guess she liked the satisfaction of completing a project a little faster. So she liked to do baby sweaters, and she would do, neat patterns and things on them. And then she would donate them to the church so that they could be passed out to people in hard times and unhoused and things.
You know what? Like, you really don't realize how much of an impact that makes until, like, I was driving around and I saw someone walking around with Linda's blanket. I'm
Yeah.
like, you know what? I gave that out 2 weeks ago, and someone's actually using it. Plus, like things like this, they're good for the brain. Sewing, just crafting in general.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a part of an army of senior citizens that sew.
You're not a senior citizen.
No, I know, but because I'm an oops baby, and so all of my aunts and uncles, all the people that I know from my original neighborhood, they're in their 70s and 80s.
Oh yeah.
And like Linda, the woman I'm talking about, she has to be almost 80, but because she never smoked or drank, like she looks great. She's like the only one who never and like my friend Sally, I've known her my whole life. She's got to be like at least 79 or 78. And they think it's hilarious that I sew, so I go hang out with them when they do their sewing circle.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And I've learned a lot. And you think you guys give me a hard time. They're like, boy, if you don't press that one more time. It's fun. It's fun.
They're
That's
like
what I got.
Kilroy's drill sergeant.
Oh, they're like, it is so therapy. It is. No, it's good for people too. Just like even at our local senior center, they thought I was a guru and they were like, well, we need a hobby for everybody. I was like, start a sewing class. I guarantee you people sew here. And there's like, oh, they started a sewing class at the senior center and it's popular.
There was a sewing class I used to go to. I'm waiting for the plague to die down more so I can go back again.
Well, didn't you hear it's making a resurgence?
Yes, I did. Unfortunately.
Especially where we live.
Yeah, it's been hitting hard here too.
Oh, I don't like that makes me so sad to hear that. Have a great night, Lucifer. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Good night, Lucifer.
I'll be back on Saturday at Lucifer Almighty. I worked with somebody who was a waiter at a Waffle House. I guess he got out of it because it was just time for a change. He cleared $60K a year off tips. You make a ton of money. Well, see that, but here's the disparity. Here's the problem. You get paid $2.15 an hour.
I think yeah, is it $2.15 now? I know 23 years ago it was $2.13 an hour.
Oh my gosh.
It hasn't changed much at all.
No.
I'm probably still going by that because I haven't, like, when I worked at the steakhouse, they paid us $2.13 an hour, but we were making a livable wage off of our tips. But the problem with that is that you have to say, if you're irresponsible, that's not a good job for you.
Yeah, you have to be able to save.
Big time. Because, and I think it's cruel when the tax man comes around, they're like, how much money did you make? Like, wait a minute. I'm literally living off of cash. Like, give me a break, you know?
Yeah. When I get my tips, I used to have it in a jar and I put it in the change and stuff in a jar when I get home. I'd put the bills in the bank and put the change in a jar. I ended up having over $1,000 saved up in that jar.
Wow. Did you use the Arrowhead jars to bottles too?
I thought she was ingenious for that.
What?
She had I had a nice girlfriend who, if you went in her closet, she had just Arrowhead bottles filled with change because she was a waitress for over 20 something years. And she probably had thousands upon thousands. I have a box in this room that I keep as my pour box where I just put all my change in. That box filled is like $200 or $300, and it's an old Nikon Coolpix box. So
That's
imagine an Arrowhead bottle. But like I said, our banks don't charge anymore. So you can go in with a bucket full of change. They'll hate you, but they have the counters and everything now.
Well, I noticed the bank doesn't charge for like money transfers. They used to have a limit, like on how much transfers you could do a month,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't get that notice saying anymore that you've gone over your limit of transfers for that month.
That kind of thing used to bother me because everything was automated, but they were charging you like it all had to be hand done, like back in the day.
Do you remember though when cell phones first came out, all
Mm-hmm.
telephone companies got caught because it cost them nothing for long distance.
Mm.
But I have proof that my sister got grounded for 6 months in 1991 for making phone calls. Like $400 worth of phone calls.
Mm. Yeah,
They
because
were
long distance wasn't even necessary. It's not like you were calling, New York or something. You could just call up the road a bit, and that was long distance.
literally anywhere outside of your area code was considered long distance back in the day.
That's
These kids,
crazy.
these kids do not realize the struggles. My first cell phone, I didn't realize that you got charged. I believe for texting it was per letter.
Oh yeah,
I
the word
well, the people
or
did the
character.
text speak because of the little you had to go through and it would tap through the numbers on your phone. But I think it was per text message. I don't think it was actually per letter, but maybe there was there was a character limit. I think the text couldn't be very long. I think was trying to remember.
When I lived in Portland, I had like a $400 or $500 phone bill, and they shut my phone off until I paid it because I didn't realize that they
Ooh.
charged you per letter. And
Oh
I had
my
a
goodness.
chatty friend who would text me all the time.
Oh, I didn't think it was per letter. I know that it was per text, but I didn't think it was, But, I could be mistaken, but still, bills would add up. Or like the minutes on your phone, everyone's trying to call after a certain time because daytime minutes were more than free evening minutes. And nerdy rodents chiming in with the information.
And I'm
That's
talking
nerd.
to I was talking to a muted microphone.
Oh, you're like, why is she talking over me?
I had one of those Nokia bricks. That's when they were charging per letter.
Okay.
I didn't get a cell phone till 2005.
Oh my goodness.
I had flip phones up until I didn't get a smartphone until 2018. If you want to make fun of me, you can. And I wasn't like one of
Wow.
those people. I didn't think that aliens were going to invade or anything. I just didn't have a need for one. And then I got one, and now my whole life, if someone stole my cell phone, they could ruin my life if they went on my bank app.
Ooh. Kilroy says, I didn't get a cell until 2007 or 2017 or 18.
Kilroy and I are the same. The same. I held out as long as I could. Joy didn't get hers until 2013. I had a flip phone too. I'll never forget. I was hanging out with people and they were like, "Oh, what's your phone number?" I gave it to them. I pulled out my phone. They were like, "Bro, that's not even funny. Like you have a flip phone?" I was like, "Yeah." I had one all the way up to like 2016, 2017.
I like tech, so I was always interested in the ones that had the apps and the internet connection. And
I was a very feral human for a long time, and I didn't realize the technology. I really didn't even watch TV throughout my entire 20s. Okay, I'm going to line the top of this because lately I've been forgetting to line the top of everything. Yay, that's long enough. I think that's funny. That makes me laugh that Kilroy and I were like the last people on earth to have cell phone to get smartphone. I held out.
Joy
was
had a
you.
pink flip phone.
Oh, I bet no one stole it. That's recall. Were you here when I was making my pink jokes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'm doing recall.
All the days are blending together.
Double A rechargeable batteries.
That brings me back. I think I probably still have a set of that in this room somewhere. This room is a museum to the early 2000s of all the stuff I have in here. Computers and all kinds of stuff I have in here. All right. I just looked up and realized we're going on 5 hours. I will, once I finish this pocket piece, I will put this to bed in a minute. But I'm having such a good time because Pam's here. I'm not gonna fan out too much, but I've been watching Pam for a while, and Pam's awesome. And ever since the famous, was it the washer or the dryer?
The dryer.
You were my hero at that point. Like, you were so brave. I'm still scared of my dryer. I'm looking at it right now. I need to take the face off and defluff it. Because ever since I got the new washer, my brain is telling me, clean your dryer now.
Well, pull it away from the wall and take off the thing and put a vacuum hose up the rear end and vacuum all the fluff out.
I think that's what's going to have to happen. I watched a video of a man who gets paid to clean out people's, it's more on the East Coast, but it was insane of what he was pulling out of people's houses.
Oh, yeah.
I had some birds make a little nest, and then unfortunately I didn't know it was there. And so I turned the dryer on, and then that was too much heat, and the eggs didn't survive. So now I have a little grate over my dryer vent.
That's smart. Birds are crazy. I like all the rooms on the side of my house. I built awnings because the sun beats down, So I extended out the roof a little bit, and right above my air conditioner, a bird built a perfect nest. And let me tell you, it's been there for 8 or 9 years. Nothing's touched it because every time the air turns on, the bird's gone,
Oh.
So, and birds, we do get birds in the winter, though, because of where we live,
Mm. Do they use that nest? Because having the air blocked for your thing is probably making your electric bill go high, which is causing you to be judged.
They're like in the, they made the nest in the brace of the awning. Like, I built it like a patio. So they're under the patio. There's like a brace that there's like that much of a gap.
Okay, so they're not on your air conditioner.
No, but they're like my air conditioning. I got a good deal for it. It's for a 2-story house, and I live in a 1-story house. So it's double the size of a normal air conditioner. So when that thing turns on, it's loud. But it's glorious because I'm wearing sweaters when it's 115 outside. Dip the machine in kerosene and burn the fluff out. Gilroy, you would get me sued by all my neighbors when I set my lawn on fire. My neighbors literally tell on each other when people use too much water.
Oh, goodness.
It happened. And one of my neighbors, that was the only time I quietly walked in because I wasn't the mole. But he walked outside and he was like, whoever ratted on me for using too much water. I can't say it without laughing because he's a grown man yelling at like 9 o'clock at night. We all heard.
Like he watered outside of the time you were allowed to water? Or, I mean, because the water company, they know how much water you use. It's on a meter. So
When do you remember the heavy restrictions we had where there was like you could only water every other day? It's still on, but people don't honor it.
mm,
It was so bad here. People were telling, and they were fining people.
mm.
I know for a fact he got fined over $1,000 for using too much water.
Oh my goodness.
And the fines go up exponentially. And the power company warned me too. They were like, if we have to send you another letter, we're gonna fine you.
Oh my goodness.
They're
So
not
you
playing.
really got, I mean, because I get the annual or the monthly or whatever, you're using this much compared to your neighbors, but I've never had them tell me use less or we're going to fine you.
It's because my son's homeschooled, so there's not a point in the day where I'm not pulling power.
Actually, you can probably get a special rate for that.
You know what?
Because of
I'm probably gonna apply for that. That's not a bad idea. Because this was more of, because usually I get the water and the power letter of like back when I used to use my fountain all the time, I would get the shaming letter. They're like, sir,
Mhm.
you're either running a farm or you or you're Venetian. What is wrong with you? Why do you have so much water? And I understand because I really didn't understand the water restrictions. I have this beautiful fountain in my backyard. It's peaceful. I would turn that thing on and start reading. I have a hammock. I would fall asleep in my backyard, you know. And
Yeah,
long story short, sorry, go ahead.
people don't think about evaporation. So you just think, oh, well, the water's in there. It's recirculating. It's not like you're pouring it out, but
Oh
has to
yeah.
be topped up.
And like because of all the mosquitoes and stuff around here, if you do not put bleach tablets or have a pool floaty in your fountain, that's a mosquito hatchery.
Mm.
Especially around here. That's why when people say they're like, oh, mosquitoes, this and that, like, man, where we live, there's mosquito. Where I live, there's mosquitoes everywhere. It's
On your bill, I think that it says you can, I mean, depends on the company or what have you, but you can call them up and you can get a special rate for various disabilities. And so probably you would qualify since you have a son who's homeschooled and IEP and all of that.
Yeah, and we're always home. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like there's always someone here, except for on the weekends. That's pretty much the only time my house gets powered down because it's just me and I walk around in the dark. I'm exaggerating. I'll have a light or two on, but I'm not a friend of the power company like my son. No, I feel like my dad. My dad would always be like, "Do you have a friend at the power company? What is wrong with turn all these lights off? Turn all these lights off."
I have a light above my stairs that's on 24/7.
Exactly.
I have a wire directly into the wiring, so I don't even have a switch to shut it off.
Oh,
Oh
wow.
wow. Do you feel like you get charged more for having that? Like, do you have crazy light bills?
Well, like 2 months ago, it was like 230, but that's because my switch for my solar panels was switched off.
Oh, no.
Oh.
How did that happen?
I don't know. Our power had gone out a couple times, and sometimes when the power goes out, we switch over to our backup battery. And that backup battery thing, sometimes we have to switch off a switch or something, or one of the kids went back there and switched it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch. The middle of summer is a bad time to not have your solar panels on.
Meanwhile, us here in the Great Lakes states have 5 huge, beautiful, full freshwater lakes that, due to international agreements, nobody but us, Quebec and Ontario, can use. I didn't know that. That's awesome. I have such a dumb question. Can you sea-doo in the Great Lakes?
Yeah.
Our sub electric bill was over $500 for 2 months. I had one where there was one bill where I officially turned to my mother. I got a bill and I was like, turn off all the lights, turn off the house. Oh my gosh, how did we do this?
I had my AC unit serviced, and they did this and that, and they put apparently the coolant was really low in my unit. My unit's kind of old, but they said they still had some, and they topped it up. Oh my goodness, my bill went down by half. It made such a huge difference.
Isn't that funny how maintenance is funny that way? You laughed at that day I pulled all that fluff out of my fan. My fan's like a brand new fan.
I wasn't laughing. I was telling you more places where fluff was hiding in the back.
Oh my, I was so shocked at how gross my fan had become. Now it's like a brand new fan. It is glorious. I had to turn it down. I had to turn the settings down because it's so cold. You can do anything you want as long as you don't get close to the Canadian border. Then the Coast Guard will come and talk to you. Crazy. Wow. You can even sail in them. There's more than enough wind.
Yeah, the Great Lakes, they even get like crazy storms that sink ships and stuff. It's not like I think that in your mind, if you're not from there, you think, oh, a lake, it's flat, nothing ever goes on. But they're like mini oceans because they're so big.
I'm thinking of something like Lake Comanche here. Well, it's more in Central California. That was like man-made built. It's basically a giant dam. We used to always go sea-dooing over there. But like, it's small. Because on a sea-doo, you'll like go off in a corner and you're like, oh, I just did the entire lake. I do not miss owning boats. We've had that conversation a million times. I do not miss owning boats at all.
Yeah. Kilroy says they're basically inland oceans. You cannot see to the other side of them.
I was watching something about that recently, and it was kind of awe-inspiring to a West Coaster,
Yeah. A body of water that big that's not salty. What?
Well, there was this one rapper who kept on singing about Lake Michigan, so I Googled it. And I watched a couple YouTube videos about people just talking about, and the history behind it. Behind the Great Lakes and everything. And how they tie into the War of 1812 and all the fun stuff. I have the Fraser River just across the highway from me and can see out the window. That's awesome.
Wow. That would be pretty.
One of these days, I'll get off my duff and finally go back to the ocean and show you how close I live to the ocean. And I say this too much, but ever since the Ventura County, whatever they are, stuck me for almost $5,000 or $6,000, I have not gone back.
Ouch.
They towed my car, and the guy laughed so hard when he kind of didn't believe me that I was like, he's like, why do you have a sewing machine in your car? And I was like, I'm a golfer. But like, he didn't believe me until I showed him the footage on my thing. I put him in my video because he was such a not nice guy. But because I'm a nice guy, I didn't say one bad word about him. I just put him in my video because when I went like this with my camera, he looks up and I'm like, oh, I want your face on my video forever. Pull up Google Maps and turn on satellite view. You can zoom in and see them easily. I love the new version of Google Earth. Because you can start off with the entire planet and you can zoom into your house,
Yeah, the Great Lakes, they're awe-inspiring.
I need to get back to the ocean. Isaiah has gone more times than I have.
Oh, no.
Well, he has a great weekend life.
Hmm.
All right, let me finish this pod.
I feel like I should be sewing too, but I would be afraid of making some horrible mistakes if I tried to stream and sew at the same time.
Well, Horrible Mistakes is my middle name. And Calamity. Do you know what's funny? If it wasn't for Calamity, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I call myself Godless Sewing because Calamity Jane was already taken. I consider mistakes some of the greatest teachers of all time. Don't worry, I will be ending this soon. I promise. Okay.
Joy says it's not too late to sew, but then Kilroy says you're an oops baby. You are a mistake.
The greatest mistake.
Surprise!
I have a brother who is 63 years old. And there's a YouTuber, I will not say her name, but she calls herself something grandma, and she's younger than my brother. No, because she told me her real age, and I'm like, oh my gosh, my brother is older than you. I do. I have senior citizen. Like, yeah, I do. Are you considered a senior citizen at 62 years old? 63?
I believe so. And then a lot of places give a senior discount at 55.
I don't even know anymore. I hang out with nothing but seniors, so I don't.
I don't know. I have a hard enough time. I don't think I could accept a senior discount. I mean, I'm not 55 yet, but it's perilously close. Oh, I remember I got some envelope in the mail from the AARP, and I was like 35 years old. I wrote on the envelope, I'm barely 35. Don't send me this. And I put return to sender on it, put it back in the mail. Fortunately, I didn't hear back from them.
55. Now that's a trucker hat I want. Where's my discount? I'm a senior citizen. Where's my discount?
Oh no. Oh no.
That's why I miss my dad. He milked that so much. And I used to laugh when they would ID him and their eyes would light up because they had to do the math. They're like 1930. What?
My mom gets all excited. She's like, oh, I'm going to such and such market today because I can get a senior discount.
Still to this day, when people card me, I am like, thank you so much for being nearsighted. Thank you so much. But I really don't buy stuff that I get carded for anymore. I'm not cool anymore. Or the worst, is at the grocery store, I'll buy something and I'll buy something and they'll scan it and they instantly hit the button like, oh, he's over 40. Like,
oh no.
I don't know which one's worse.
Well, I mean, I'm starting to look older. I mean, because I'm older, I'm starting to look like a grown-up, which is nice, but yeah, I don't want to look old, but I have to say that it was, you and I have talked about this. It was incredibly frustrating to be dismissed and mistaken for a young person of no information.
Yeah, but how do you feel when I get sirred all the time and I'll tell people just call me William. Like, excuse me, sir. I'm like, I'm not ready to be called sir. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't like being ma'amed, but when It's just so frustrating though when like everything you say, people automatically dismiss it or give you that, oh well, when you're older, blah 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 blah. And it's like, I'm such and such. How old do I have to be?
There's a I will end this because very soon, because I know we're going off on. There's a YouTuber I watch who constantly talks about his age, and I just recently found out that I'm a year older than him. But and the funny thing is, he looks older, but I'm sure he's had a stressful life.
Mm.
So ironically, nerdy, in real life, I am the third. I was such a geek that I legally got it removed from my name.
Oh, that
I
makes
was
me
a kid.
sad.
I was a kid. I did it a long time ago.
That makes me sad.
But yeah, I'm still, to my mama, I'm still the third, you know.
You should put
But
it
yeah,
back.
I had I had 4 lines on my ID because my name's long without the third, you know,
Well,
or
but
you.
I mean, it's one little thing to draw 3 lines after
I
your name.
know, I know, I know, I know. um, so polished and assembled. Do you have anything you'd like to show?
No, I am behind in my projects.
Oh,
So
excuse me.
all I can say is thank you to everyone who's subscribed and watched my video. If you want to watch it again, go right ahead.
Pam, I want to thank you so much. You are always invited on my streams. If
Thank you.
if you ever feel like hopping in, just tell me. Like, you are always invited. Do you have anything you'd like to show?
What do you mean?
Oh, anything that you want to like advertise to anyone who's still listening or anything?
New video project.
I'm just working on this stuff.
Awesome. Keep your eye out for Pam, everybody. I want to thank everybody who's made it this far, 5 hours into it. I will be back on Saturday with a pair of overalls and a bunch of stories. I'd like to show Godless. Gilroy remembers. So back in the day, every time when they'd say Godless Sewing, is there anything you'd like to show? I would say my name at least 15 times because I learned in advertising class that if you say your name over and over and over, and it did, because I started this 3 years ago and look, it's still here. Godless Sewing at the Godless Sewing channel. Thank you for watching the Godless Sewing channel. I'll be back on Saturday. I would like to thank everybody who's made it this far. And like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Thank
Good
you
to see
so much.
everybody.
Bye.